adhere to the view that behind every great fortune there was a great crime, but there often are. But I think it's one of the things I think that can happen is particularly when people require a huge amount of money. And I won't name any names, but let's say there are people who perhaps in the tech sphere who, coming from no particular background of wealth, suddenly find themselves with $600 billion. Well, what? This is the question you would have to ask yourself. Why me? Because you're one of the rare, tiny group of human beings who have ever. never had that kind of will in your hands. Even if you are a convinced atheist, I think at some point you have to begin to suspect that the cosmic muffin, providence, whatever it is, put this money in your hands to do what? Achieve great things. So you're going to start a foundation. You're going to start backing all the things that you like. This is, there's an element of ego that comes with it as well. And again, it may not be so much what's the rich person with a huge amount of money at their disposal and a lot of fuzzy ideas about what to do with it. Be influenced by others. It's always that question as to who's actually manipulating these events. What's going on in that regard? In some way, they can be a very useful sucker. Find somebody with a lot of money, get them to finance the things that you want them to do. The Bohemian Club is, I don't think, in and of itself inherently evil or sinister, but it means that there are lots of different people in it who have different agendas. It goes back to what I said about how somebody feels about the cremation of care ritual. This is either just a waste of time, it's just some sort of silly thing that we're doing, or it is something of great importance, perhaps even mystical or religious importance, because that's ostensibly what it's pretending to be. There's always this question as to what degree you begin to play, and the play becomes serious. That tends to happen a lot.
You've studied a lot of cults and occultism. What do you think is the power of that mystical experience?
Well, what is broadly referred to, what's occultism? What's the occult? Occult is the hidden. So it really means specifically hidden from sight. And the basis of it is the idea that what is hidden? Well, what is hidden from us is most of the world, most of reality. See, the basic concept within occultism, the basic concept within most religions, which are approved points of occultism, is that the world, the physical world that we are aware of, is only a very small part of a much larger reality. And that what the methods and practices of occultism arguably do is to allow someone to either enter into this larger reality or to access that larger reality for purposes to be exploited here. The most interesting statement about, and a key element of this is something called magic. Now, magic, it's a guy standing performing a trick. But the interesting thing about a stage magician is that a stage magician is, we know when we're watching this that it's a trick. Yet we can't really figure out, if he does it well, how that trick is being accomplished because it seems to defy physical laws. And that's what's fascinating about it. So even though you know it's a trick, if you can't figure it out, it has this kind of power of fascination. But it's mimicking something. Stage magic is mimicking real magic. What is real magic? Well, let's go back to Aleister Crowley, because he always, earlier, because he always got all roads lead to Aleister. All roads lead to Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, and I said this enough, so I should be able to do it right, but I'm paraphrasing here. He goes, magic, which of course is spelled with a K, or CK, is the art and science of causing change to occur in conformity with will. So in a way that's sort of mind over matter, but it's the idea that one can, through will, through intention, bend reality to make something happen. Somebody else put it this way: it's tipping the luck plane. Okay, so now you got some kind of a level plane that we're trying to just tip it a little bit. See, the marble rolls over one side or another. Now that presupposes a lot of things. That is there a luck plane? I don't know, but It's a good sort of idea to have. But, and here again, don't become overly bothered trying to figure out whether you actually can bend reality. Become bothered by the fact that there are people who believe that they can and will go to great efforts to do so, and will often believe they have succeeded. So it's this effort to make things occur in a particular way, maybe just to sort of nudge reality in one little way or another. And that's where things like rituals come in. Rituals are a way of focusing will into touch. We're all there, we're all thinking about the same thing. And you have to imagine just how, the pervasiveness of what could be called that kind of magical thinking that we have is everywhere. So, let me give you an example. You ever attended a high school football pep rally? Think of what's going on there. Okay, your team is going to battle the other team. You've now assembled everyone in the gymnasium. You've got people who are dancing around in animal costumes. And what are you chanting? Everyone is supposed to chant that if the other team dies, you'll be horribly defeated, that our team will be victorious. That is a magic ritual. The idea is it comes into this idea, it's very popular about visualizing things, visualizing, manifesting things. You need to manifest your success. Well, that's just magic. That is trying to cause change in conformity with will. So these things can happen without you even consciously aware of what's going on. And you don't need to be, because if you're all part of the mob, which is there in the gymnasium, and you get into this and you get worked up, you use putting energy. All these people are putting energy into something, and that energy goes somewhere. And maybe you can, maybe, just maybe, you actually can slightly increase the chances of your team victory. Of course, your opponents are having their own ritual at the same time, so whoever has the bigger mojo will apparently win the game.
So that's I would say, trivial example of that, but a clear one. I do believe that there's incredible power in groups of humans getting together and morphing reality. I think that's probably one of the things that made human civilization what it is. Groups of people being able to believe a thing and bring that belief into reality.
You're exactly right. Bring to conceive of something, and then through intention, will, to manifest that into this realm.
And of course, that power of the collective mind can be leveraged by charismatic leaders to do all kinds of stuff, where you get cults that do horrible things, or anything.
There might be a cult that does good things. I don't know. Depends.
We
don't call those cults.
Exactly.
Without endorsing this entirely, and interesting to me, one of the questions: what's the difference between a cult and a religion? And it has been said that in the case of a cult, there's always someone at the top who knows what's going on. Generally, who knows it's a scam. In a religion, that person is dead. So, say, I just managed to insult every single thing. It's an interesting way of thinking about it, because I think there is some degree of accuracy in that statement.
I think actually the interesting psychological question is, in cults, do you think the person at the top always knows that it's a scam? Do you think there's something about the human mind where you gradually begin to
believe your own bullshit?
Yeah.
Yes,
that seems to be
that again is part of magic, I think, believing your own bullshit. It doesn't necessarily mean that the head of the cult realizes there's someone. Maybe the second, I always sort of looking at the lieutenant. Someone probably has an idea about what's going on. The other thing that seems to be a kind of dead giveaway for what we would call a cult is what's called excessive reverence. People just believe everything these people say. I give you an example. The first time I ever encountered anything like that was in Santa Barbara, California, in the 1970s. I was going to grad school, and there was a particular cult locally, which I think was Brotherhood of the Sun. And it was the same thing as some kind. Among the other things, followers were convinced to hand over all their money and personal belongings to him. I believe he used part of that money to buy a yacht with. Anyway, a lot of it went to him. And then, of course, working for free on different cult business enterprises, of which there were several. And there was a person I knew who became a devoted follower of this, and it was all I could think of at one point was ask them, what the hell is the matter with you? I mean, have you lost your mind? Why would you? What is it that this person could possibly be providing that you essentially are going to become a slave to them, which was what they were doing? And I actually give that credit away, sort of sparking my whole interest in things like secret societies. And here again, as a disclaimer, I am not now nor ever been a member of any fraternal organization, secret society, or cult that I know of. And that's what interests me about them. Because I'm just always trying to figure out why people do these things. But like I said, why the robes and the owl? Why?
Yeah.
Why do you do that? And it's trying to figure it out. I mean, I couldn't even hack the Boy Scouts. Okay, that was too much of it. Because to me, you join an organization, and the first thing that comes along is there's somebody, there are rules, and someone is telling you what to do. Okay? I don't like people telling me what to do. I spend much of my life trying to avoid that as much as possible. And join a cult, there's going to be someone telling you what to do. Join the Bohemian Club, and there's going to be someone telling you what to do. Now, obviously, a lot of people really get something out of that. It becomes, in some ways, it's sort of necessary to function. But I do not understand it, and my study of it is a personal error to try to understand it.
And there's so many reasons. Primary of which I would say is the desire in the human heart to belong.
Yes.
And the dark forms that takes throughout human history, recent human history, is something I'd love to talk to you a bit about. If we can go back to the beginning of the 20th century, the German side, you described how secret societies like the Thule Society laid the foundation for Nazi ideology. Can you, from that lens, from that perspective, describe the rise of the Nazi Party?
Well, I guess we could start with what on earth is the Thule Society? So the Thule Society was a small German occult society. They studied metaphysics. That appeared in Munich around 1917 and 1918. The key figure behind it was a German esotericist by the name of Rudolf von Iseboldendorf. Okay, not his real name. His real name is Adam Rudolf Glauer. He was adopted by a German nobleman and got the name von Iseboldendorf. And I like to say that name. So I have this real thing about vague, mysterious characters who show up and do things. And they try to figure out who these people are. So we're working for years prior to the First World War. So the decade or so prior to World War I, spends a lot of time in the Ottoman Empire. Turkey, originally the Ottoman Empire, which was a fairly tumultuous place. Because in 1908, 1909, there was the Young Turk Revolution. And a kind of military coup, which effectively overthrew the Ottoman Sultan and installed a military junta, which would go on during the First World War to make its genocide. Eventually, you created a genocidal military regime, which would lead the country into disastrous First World War, which would destroy the Ottoman Empire, out of which modern Turkey emerges. Yada yada yada.
And by the way, we should take a tiny tangent here, which is that you refer to intelligence agencies as being exceptionally successful, and here in the case of the Young Turks being also very successful or in doing the genocide, meaning they've achieved the greatest impact, even more the impact on the scale of good to evil tends towards evil.
It's one of the things that often comes out of revolutionary situations. Revolutions always seek to make things better, don't they? We're going to take a bad old regime. The Sultan is, and the Sultan was bad. I think it's fair to say Abdul Hamid II was not wasn't cold and red Sultan because of his favorite colors and everything. And the idea is that they were going to improve, they were now going to the Ottoman Empire as a national empire, they were just going to equalize and bring in the different groups, and none of that happened. It became worse. In the same way that you could argue that the goal of Russian revolutionaries was to get rid of the bad, old, incompetent medieval czarist regime and bring in a new, great, shining future. And it became even more authoritarian. The crimes of the Imperial Russian regime pale in significance of what we follow, in the same way that the crimes of Abdul Hamid paled in the terms. But that wasn't necessarily the intention. But von Ottendorf is a German businessman who's working in this period. And the whole point here is that the Ottoman Empire in this period is a hotbed of political intrigue. There are all kinds of interesting things about it. The Young Turk Revolution is essentially a military coup, but it is plotted in Masonic lodges. I know the Masonic lodges are never supposed to be involved in politics, but they are. Or, the launch meeting breaks up and then you plot the revolution. So, same group of people, but it's not technically. But yes, and there's the Macedonia Resorta Lodge in Thessaloniki was ground zero for plotting this military coup supposed to improve the empire. Sabotendorf is in one way or another mixed up in all of this, but at least he's an observer of it. Plus, he's initiated into the Masonic lodges. And interestingly enough, the fellow who initiates him into one of these Eastern lodges is a Jewish merchant by the name of Terhudi. And he's also a Kabbalist. And also, Sabotendorf is very, very interesting in what they call he's initiated into Eastern Masonic lodges in a period when those same lodges are being used as a center for political intrigue. He also apparently is involved in gun running, which in revolutionary periods is, there's a lot of the money to be made off of that. So he's connected to various dark businesses in a tumultuous time, with connections to politicized Freemasonry and the occult. Now, in the course of the First World War, he returns to Germany. He just shows up. And it would be my operative suspicion or theory that Sabotendorf was working for someone. I don't think he just pops up in Munich on his own accord. Why does he leave the Ottoman Empire and return to the West? Who's behind him? Well, maybe no one, but maybe someone, because he doesn't have money at his disposal. And he comes into Munich and he basically takes over this small sort of occult study group. Now, the interesting thing is that the Thule Society is really just a branch of another existing, what's called an Ariosophist order. I think called the German Order of the Germanic Order, which is centered in Berlin. But for some reason, he doesn't want his group to be connected by name with the Germanic order. So Tulu society, Tulu in this case is a reference to supposedly a mythical Arctic homeland of the Aryan race. They're all snow people who wander out of the snow at some point. It's kind of like a frozen Atlantis. So I mentioned these people, the Ariostanists, which is practice saying that. So what are they? Well, they're a kind of racist Germanic offshoot of Theosophy. And I know I'm explaining one thing to explain something else, but there's no other way to do this. So Theosophy was 19th century, very popular and widely modeled occult belief. It was founded by a Russian woman with the name of Helena Blavatsky. She was a medium, psychic, she was supposed to have channels, the ascended masters. The basic story there, they're all of the ascended masters, which are mystical beings that may or may not have once been human. They live inside the Himalayas, or they float among them on a cloud, and they guide the spiritual evolution of humanity. What Blavatsky did was to take Western esotericism and blend it with Hindu and Buddhist esotericism, which became very, very sexy in the West. It still is. Buddhism attracts a lot of people because, well, it's Buddhism. It's different, see? So, the Mahatmas, the ascended masters, were sending their messages, despite the fact that he was later proven pretty much to be fraud and writing the letters himself. Nevertheless, people still went along with his doctrine, and it's been widely modified in common sense. So, an idea in Theosophy was that human spiritual evolution was tied to physical evolution. So, in the case of Blavatsky never said that Aryans, white people, or anything else were superior. She talked about the different root races, but it's just her version of it is just total gobbledygook that seems to include everyone. I defy you to make much sense out of it. But in the early 20th century, there were different sort of, one of the things that became fashionable, not terribly popular. These are small groups. The idea that, well, Germany is a new upcoming country. And part of this, I think, was really trying to define who the Germans were. Because, remember, the German Empire, Germany, as a political state, doesn't come into existence until 1870. Prior to that, Germany was a geographic expression, a vague word, which described a large area in Central Europe where a lot of people, wore leather shorts and or something like that, and spoke similar German dialects, were nominally Germans, but they might be Russians or Bavarians or they came in all sorts of varieties of regions. There was no German identity. Some basically happened in the same period. There weren't Italians. There were Sardinians, there were Romans, there were Sicilians, Umbrians, spoke again dialects of a similar language, but it never lived, not just the Roman Empire under a single state, and really didn't think of themselves as the same. So you have to create this artificial thing. You have to create Germans. There's now a Germany with an emperor, and so we're all going to be Germans. Well, exactly what is that? Much of it is an artificial creation. You have to decide upon some sort of standard dialect. Okay, we'll decide what that is. Often dialect that only a few people actually speak, and then they will be drilled into children's heads through state schooling programs. So I think this is the kind of milieu that it comes out of. People are trying to figure out what on earth Germans actually were, and the need for some sort of common identity. And, that leads to everything like Wagnerian opera. Richard Wagner wanted to create a German mythical music. So he went back and strip-mined the old German myths and cobbled them together into a lot of people standing on stage singing. And that was his purpose. He was a nationalist. He was a kind of racialist nationalist. And this was his idea of trying to create out of bits and pieces of the past, a newfangled form of German identity. So, on the more mystical end of this, we had the ideas that, well, Germany must have been created for some special purpose because the Germans must be very special people, and we must have some particular destiny. And then out of this, the direction this is heading, well, we're all part of some sort of master race with some sort of ties to some sort of great civilization in the past. Call it who we or call it whatever you want to be. They basically just invent things and try to attach those to the past. And so Ariosophy was the Aryanized version of Theosophy. And what this did was to take the idea that spiritual and physical evolution had led to the most advanced form of humans, which were the Aryans. The most advanced group of them were, of course, the Germans. And this attracted them. Like, keep in mind again, this was not a mass movement. It was very much a fringe movement. Most people weren't aware of it, weren't particularly interested in it. But it had an appeal for those who already had a kind of esoteric bent in some form or another. And this is where things like the Germanen or the German order, there were other groups. He was only one of many who sort of grew out of it. And what it was that the Thule Society, as a branch, the Thule Gesellschaft, was supposed to do was to study this. It was an esoteric study group. Because people would get together and they talk about things, probably make more stuff up, and all sort of work around this idea of German Aryans as the most advanced type of human beings and all the wonderful things that the German people. And the fact that this was the midst of a war in which Germany was again fighting because they saw it for its existence, heightened those kinds of tensions as well. So my suspicion, again, is that Ludendorff, in terms of who was behind him, that he was essentially called back to Germany to work either for the Prussian political police or for some aspect of German intelligence security to try to mobilize occultism or esotericism for the war effort. Because again, this is 1918. The war is gone on way too long. Within a few months, Germany will collapse. It will collapse simply from the psychological exhaustion of the population.
So this is almost like to help the war effort with kind of propaganda, a narrative that can strengthen the will of the German people.
People would think of it as some people. You have to try to appeal to different aspects of this. But the mystical aspect is one of those things that can have a very powerful influence. The idea is that we can come up with some kind of mystical nationalism. Maybe that's one of the things. Mystical nationalism that can be exploited for the because at this point you're kind of grasping at straws. This is a whole period when the Germans are marshaling the last of their forces to launch a series of offensives on the Western Front, the peace offensive, which will initially be successful but will ultimately fail and lead to a collapse in morale. But among the leadership of Germany, it was a recognition that national morale was valued. And one of the other things that was kind of raising his head was what had happened nearby, the Russian Revolution, which had now brought the idea, which brought another solution to all of this, the idea of revolutionary Marxism. Here we need to remind ourselves where Marxism comes from. Not Russia, Germany. Where was the largest Marxist party? In Germany.
And Marx probably expected the revolution to begin in Germany.
Where else?
Because the Soviet Union is not very industrialized as Germany is. So that's where we probably
Russia, 5% of the population is industrial workers. In Germany, 40% of the population is industrial. So if any place was like made for Marxism, it was Germany. But that's why I caught on it. He used Germany so well because he got to come home. And it was a local belief. It was something regarded by the Russians. anti-Marxist or anti-Bolshevik agitation. They saw themselves, the open source saw them as this whole movement. It was a counter to this. It was a kind of counter Marxist.
Can we sort of try to break that apart in a nuanced way? So there was a nationalist movement. The occult was part of the picture, occult racial theory. So there's a racial component, like the Aryan race. So it's not just the nation of Germany. And you take that and contrast it with Marxism. They also formulate that in racial terms. They formulate that in national versus global terms. Like how can they see this?
Marxism formulates it by class. Okay, people are categorized by class. You're the part of the proletariat, you're part of the bourgeoisie, you're the part of the proletariat, you're just sort of stunned. They're like, this be swept into the dustbin history. Only workers out. And that was what would take someone who was a nationalist would sort of drive them crazy, because their ideas were trying to create a German people. We're trying to create a common German identity. But what the Marxists are doing is they're dividing Germans against each other by class. German workers hate the German bourgeoisie. German proletariat as opposed to German capitalists. We're all trying to fight this war together. So that was why Marxism, particularly in the form of Bolshevism, was seen as unpatriotic. And of course, it was opposed to the war as a whole. The idea that parodying Lenin was that the war was an imperialist war. And the only thing that was good that was going to come out of it is that the imperialist war, through all of the crises it was creating, would eventually lead to a class war. And that would be good because that would but I think there's two very different versions of this. The Bolshevist version of this, the Marxist version of Germany was going to be a class society in which we're going to have some kind of civil upheaval, which will have Germans fighting Germans. Whereas the kind of mystical nationalism, the almost kind of religious nationalism, is the Bodendorf and the Thule Society hitched its wagon to, held that Germans are all part of a single racial family, and that's what must be the most important thing. And that these can be different ways of trying to influence. It comes down to a matter of political influence. So in a sense, I think that what Bodendorf and the Thule Society was trying to do, at least within reading, was to use this idea of mystical nationalism as a rallying for some part of the population to oppose these other forces, to keep people fighting. The war is lost, in November. The Kaiser abdicates, and essentially, the socialists do take over in Germany. Things get very, very close to following the Russian model. And you even get the Russian version of Taik on the Bolsheviks, which are the Spartacists who try and fail to seize power early on. But you do essentially end up with a socialist Germany. And that then leaves, in the aftermath of the war, the Thule Society is sort of the odd man out, although they're still very closely connected to the army. So here's one of the things that I find interesting. When you get into 1919, who is it that's paying Bodendorf bills? It's the army. The one thing the German army is absolutely determined to do is to preserve its social position and power. And they're perfectly willing to dump the Kaiser to do that. It's sort of this deal which is made. In November of 1918, Kaiser's abdication and proclamation of a German republic, which just had this guy declare it. It was really planned. There's the Ebert-Dorner Pact. Dorner is the chief of staff, German staff at this point. Ludwig Ebert is the chief socialist politician. And they make an agreement. And the agreement basically is that the army will support Ebert's government. It favored supports the Army. And particularly that means the continuation of the officer corps and the general staff in one form or another. So a deal is made. And that, of course, is what will eventually help defeat the Spartacist uprising.
Now, with the Army doing similar kinds of things that we talked about with intelligence agencies, this kind of same kind of trying to control the direction of
Well, the German intelligence landscape, first of all, is obscure in many ways. There are lots of things that are going on. You've got Germany has a military intelligence service called Abteilung or Section 3B. That's just plain military intelligence. They're constantly trying to collect military information. Before the war about the weaponry and plans of the enemies, and then about what the operational plans were during the war. It doesn't really go much beyond that. The German Foreign Office runs a kind of political intelligence service. And that's the one which is much more involved in things like subsidizing subversion in Russia, which is one of the things that the Germans sign on to fairly early. Little diversion here in 1915, there's a Russian revolutionary who's lived much of his life in Germany. He goes by the code name of Harvest, and he essentially comes to the Germans in Constantinople, in Turkey. He's hanging around there at the same time as the war, which I find curious. So Harvest, or Alexander Helpand, suddenly comes, look, there's a lot of revolutionaries in Russia, and there's a lot of mistrust of the regime. We think that the war will increase the contradictions in Russian society. And if you give me a lot of marks, I can finance this revolutionary activity. And through subversion, I can take Russia out of the war. The Germans are facing a two-front war. That sounds great. We'll use money in order to... But notice what they're doing. The German general staff, a very conservative organization, not a bunch of revolutionaries, are going to finance revolution in an opposing country. They're going to finance revolutionary subversion to take Russia out of the war, which basically works. So that gives you another idea as to what the German military is willing to do. They're not revolutionaries, but they'll pay revolutionaries to subvert another regime. Now you've got the revolutionary regime that your money helped bring to power is now going to extend into your country. So the whole question for the army and for others in Germany in 1919 is how to keep Germany from going Bolshevik, from in a sense being hoisted by your own petard. So the Thule Society, I don't think is a huge part of this program, but it is a part of it. It's all an effort to try to keep control, and that's why the army is financed. That's even why the army at some point then supplies them with its own propagandists. So the Thule Society begins to create, under Symbodo's leadership, what he called the Rings of Thule. And these are satellite organizations that aren't the society itself, but they're kind of controlled and inspired by it. And one of those is the German Workers' Party. The German Workers' Party, again, is local, it's not large, it's not terribly influential, but what does it aspire to be? It aspires to be a party that will bring German workers away from the seductive influence of the Bolsheviks and into a more patriotic, a patriot. And the way that I describe this is that it's not an anti-communist organization, it's a counter-communist organization. So you don't create something which completely opposes it, you create something which mimics it, which is ultimately what the German Workers' Party will become. It's the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Notice that term, socialist. And that is, in my view, what Nazism is from the beginning. It is a counter-communist movement.
And by the way, for people who don't know, the National Socialist German Workers' Party is also known as the Nazi Party. So how did this evolution happen from that the complicated world interplay? I should also say that a guy named Adolf Hitler was in the army at this time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's going to come into this because I understood the army was going to supply its own propagandists to help the German Workers' Party and the Communist Society do their work. And the propagandists they supply them with is a man who the army trains, sends to classes to learn the art of public speaking and propaganda. And that fellow is Corporal Adolf Hitler.
So how does Adolf Hitler work?
Well, he'd been in the army during the war, the only regular job that he ever had. Kind of liked it. So you often get the news that, well, at the end of the war, he joined millions of other German soldiers who didn't have jobs. No, he stays in the army. He stays in the army until 1921. He's on the army payroll at the very time in which he gets to set this up. What appears to have happened is this: Spodendorf had organized the Thule Society. That didn't have, that had tried to oppose. There's actually a brief period of time in which the communists actually take over Munich, the Bavarian Soviet Republic, which doesn't last very long. And eventually, the army volunteers and put this down. While that's going on, by the way, Hitler's actually sitting in the barracks in Munich wearing a red armband because he is technically part of the soldiers who have gone over to the Bavarian Soviet Republic. He seems to have had flexible interests in this case. So once order is restored, so to speak, the army comes in and decides that, well, one of the things we need to have people who can lecture soldiers on patriotic topics. And so there is a particular captain by the name of Karl Meyer who sort of spots Hitler. He later describes him as like a stray dog looking for a master. Hitler is a knack for public speaking. Other soldiers will listen to him. Now, some people can do that, some people can't. Meyer decides that he's a good candidate for further training. So yes, they bring him in, and they turn him into what's called a Wehrmann, a liaison man. He's an army propagandist. And then you've got this little outfit called the German Workers' Party. And essentially what happens is that Hitler is sent in to take over leadership of that, which is what happens. He shows up, he attends a meeting, there are like 50 people there. By the way, the topic of that, the first meeting he's at is how and why capitalism should be abolished, which is not what you might well expect. And because remember, the German Workers' Party is trying to cast itself as a counter-Bolshevism. So it's not saying that capitalism is great. We should report now capitalism is evil. We agree on that. We just agree it's nationalism, as opposed to some sort of strange internationalism. So Hitler is essentially, as I see it, sent in by the army as their trained man to assume leadership within this small party and to use it for the army's patriotic propaganda campaign. And it succeeds in doing so, even to the name change to the National Socialist or German Workers' Party. I mean, really, what sounds more red than that?
So the interesting thing here is, from where did anti-Semitism seep into this whole thing? It seems like the way they tried to formulate counter Marxism is by saying the problem with capitalism and the problem with Marxism is that it's really Judeo-capitalism and, quote, Judeo-Bolshevism. But where did that ideology seep
in? Well, it's huge. Where does anti-Semitism come from? Well, let's start with that term itself. A term which I really will increasingly dislike because it doesn't actually say what it means. Anti-Semitism is anti-Jewism. That's all it is. I'm not sure whether there has ever existed a person who hated Jews, Arabs, and Maltese people. It's kind of hard to imagine. I don't know. But that's technically what that would be, because let's face it, most Semites are Arabs. So if you're an anti-Semite, then you don't seem to distinguish Jews from Arabs. Makes no sense. The origin of the term is invented by, guess what? An anti-Semite. A guy in the 1870s, a German journalist named Wilhelm Marr, who is, wouldn't you know it, part Jewish himself, and who decides that you really need a better term than Judenhass, Jew hate, which was the term, because that just sounds inelegant, doesn't it? What do you call yourself? A Jew hater or an anti-Semite? The anti-Semitism, it's got that ism part of the end of it, which means it's a system of belief. Anything that has ism must somehow be scientifically important. It's all part of the 19th century obsession with trying to bring science into something. So we're going to get rid of Jew hate and we're going to turn it into anti-Semitism. And we're only going to be talking about Jews, but we'll never actually say that. And somehow, the invention of a Jew hater to disguise the fact that he's a Jew hater, even though he's partly Jewish, by inventing the term anti-Semitism worked because everybody thought it was easy. So, I don't know. Maybe just because anti-Jewism just be is it too direct in some way? So we have difficulty confronting actually what it is we're talking about. I do wish terms were a little bit more direct and self-explanatory. Yeah, Jew hate is a well, the question becomes, what exactly do we hate about Jews? And a lot of this has to do with, if you go back prior to the 19th century, if Jews were hated, they were hated for religious reasons. The Christian Europe were hated because they weren't Christians. And they existed as the only kind of significant religious minority. But other than that, they tended to live separately. They had little economic injuries. Jews tended to live in shtetls, cities, ghettos, elsewhere. They were involved in banking and business, but they sort of remained segregated. That changes when you get to the 19th century and with what's called Jewish emancipation. And that means about 1800 and 1850, most European countries dropped various legal and social restrictions against Jews. They are assimilated into the German society. So ideally, you stop being a German Jew and you become a Jewish German. Those are two very different concepts. And what that does, of course, is that it opens up the professions, business world, elsewhere. So Jews who had been largely within those realms to begin with, they had anything to experience in business. And they move into those areas of professions and become quite visible. And that's what then creates anti-Semitism. Because in some way that is seen as part of the changes that have taken place. And there are a lot of things going on here. Part of it has to do with the kind of wrenching social and economic changes that took place with industrialization. So one of the things to keep in mind is that in the process of industrialization, just like today, whole classes of people remain extinct economically. Craftsmen, for instance. So when factories came along and began to produce things with machines, all the craftspeople who had made those things previously are now unemployed or go to work as wage labor in factories. So there are winners and losers in industrialization. And what people saw in Germany and elsewhere is that among this new sort of rising capitalistic need, among these new professions, among the bureaucrats that are coming out of these virginal states, that were visibly fair enough Jews. So in some way, the rise of Jews in the minds of many people were connected to all of the other bad things that were going on. The world is changing in a way we don't like. And seemingly, the Jews are prospering while I am not. And that was when Germany, elsewhere, Jews became highly visible in the professions. They became very visible in banking, they became visible in the legal profession, they became visible in the medical profession. And those are people that a lot of people would come in contact with. Bankers, lawyers, and doctors. They were not the majority of there, but vastly overrepresented in terms of the general population. And especially within cities. So, in that sense, the roots of anti-Semitism is that Jews in Germany and elsewhere, and not just in Germany, by any means, France, Britain, became identified with the bad changes that were taking place. And you also found that Jews were not only prominent among capitalists, they were also prominent among in the socialists as well. So one of the things you can look around, we returned to Germany in 1919 in the aftermath of World War I, and you look around in Bavaria or elsewhere, you tend to find that there were a lot of Jews in peaceful positions on the German left. Of course, Luxembourg is but one example of that. Eugen Levine, some of them in Russia. The Soviets send a representative to Germany in this period. It's Karl Liebknecht, a Jew. So it wasn't difficult to exploit that, to argue that just as the ranks of capitalism is full of Jews, the ranks of Bolshevism or of the revolutionary left were full of Jews, which you could easily go around and distinguish a great many of them. Because they don't have to be the majority, they just have to be numerous, prominent, and visible, which they were. So this provided you in the case of the propaganda of the German army, the type of stuff that Hitler spewed out, they could put all the anti-capitalist rhetoric that they wanted to. They were going to overthrow capitalism, and the capitalists knew they weren't going to do it. So go ahead, talk shit about us. We don't really care. That's not going to, because we knew that the army would prevent that from happening. The way to then undermine the real enemy, which is the revolutionary left, was to point out the Jewish influence there. I mean, look at Russia. Well, that's not the Trotsky. There he is. Look, there's a Jew. There's one. Radek is a Jew. It wasn't hard to find them in that regard.
You gave a lecture on the protocols of the elders of Zion. It's widely considered to be the most influential work of anti-Semitism ever, perhaps. Can you describe this stuff?
Well, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion is probably one of the most troublesome and destructive works of literature that has ever emerged. And yet, its origins remain obscure. So you get a whole variety of stories about where it came from. So the one story that is often said it was the work of the Okhrana, Russian secret police, and in particular, it was all crafted in 1904 and 1905. In Paris, the whole description of Pyotr Rachkovsky, who was supposedly the chief of the Okhrana at the time, was the man behind it. Another fellow by the name of Matvey Golovinsky was the drafter of it. And that they had this document written by a French political writer from some decades back called Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, which they were then adapting. Usually it's argued that they plagiarized it into the protocols, and none of that is really true. I mean, the first part about it is that at the time this supposedly took place, Rachkovsky wasn't working for the Okhrana. He'd been fired, and he wasn't in Paris. And the whole situation of which is described couldn't have taken place because the people who did it weren't there. It's a story, but it provides a kind of explanation for it. So the protocols emerge. So you always have to go back. This is one of the things that I have found always useful in research. Go back to the beginning. Find the first place this is mentioned, or the first version, or the first iteration. Where does it start? So you go back to St. Petersburg, Russia, around 1903. There is a small right-wing anti-Semitic newspaper published there called Znamya, Banner. And it publishes in kind of serial form a work it doesn't credit with an original author. And this is the first version of the protocols of the Roman elders in Zion. But what is actually describing is a Judeo-Masonic plot to rule the world. Those two terms are always combined together. And in fact, in the earlier version, there's far more mentions of Freemasons than there are Jews. And it's the publisher of Znamya. It's closely connected to a thing called the Union of Russian Peoples and the Russian Men, which was ostensibly existed to defend the empire against subversion, particularly against what they call Jewish subversion, when they also argued that the prominence of Jews in revolutionary movements somehow proved that this was in some way a Jewish revolution. Again, this is not a mainstream newspaper. It's not appealing to a mainstream population. Very few people saw it, but this is where it appears. Now, keep in mind, that's 2 or 3 years before it's usually said to have been written. Or the other version is that there's this crazy priest by the name of Sergei Nilis, and he wrote it, or actually appended it as an appendix to his work in 1905. Now, it was around before that. So Nilis didn't create it. It wasn't drafted in Paris in 1904 and 1905. It was serialized in an obscure right-wing Russian newspaper 1903.
And by the way, we should say that these are 24 protocols.
Well, it varies.
It varies. That are, I guess, supposed to be like meeting notes about the supposed cabal where the Jews and Freemasons are planning together a world domination. But it's like meeting notes, right?
Protocol, which are basically notes of the meeting.
Yeah.
Well, it's notes of the meeting is one of these things that we're seeing. Because what you've got here, it's not note, no one takes notes from the meeting that way. What you've got is like the exposition of a Bond film, right? It's all of this, wow, then we're going to do this. And then the last thing you want to do is lay out there, if you've got a plan for world domination, my suggestion would be, don't write it down. So, it's not notes of a meeting. It's another sort of narrative or story that's being told. It bears no resemblance to the dialogue in hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. But what it is, the best thing, it's not particularly readable in some ways. There was an Italian writer named Cesare Michaelis who wrote a book translated in English called The Non-Existent Manuscript. And what it is that he takes the different versions, starting with the 1902, 1903 versions, and looks through the other ones, and he tries to, the process to reconstruct what he thinks the original might have been. But the other thing he does, which was fascinating to me, is that he takes this whole sort of initial text, and in bold type, he indicates the paragraphs, but more often sentences or phrases that appear to be identical for the Jolie work. And they're just scattered throughout it. There's no particular rhyme or reason. You don't plagiarize that way. I mean, who does that? It's here, it's there. Which has led to a peculiar theory of mine, which of course I will have to expound upon, which is that I think that the original author of the protocols is the same Maurice Jolie. someone stumbled across was a work which you wrote and never published, and which just drew is exactly what someone would do working for your own kind of material. Because I've written things and then taken what I've written and then sort of repackaged that into something else. Something's here, something's there. The same sort of thing comes out, only sort of bits and pieces of information. So why would Joly have done that? Joly was, we're talking about a man whose career basically spanned the 1850s to 1870s. He's an obscure figure. I'm not even totally sure he existed. I mean, but it's one of those things you go looking for it.
I love that you're a scholar of people in this kind of immersion in darkness.
They just come from nowhere.
And there's a little comedy. But we should also say this was, I guess, the original. I mean, what's the language of the original?
Russian. But my hunch is that that's adopted from French. First of all, they're constantly harping on Freemasons, which wasn't nearly as good idea there. If you go back to France in the 1890s, there's some big scandals. Well, there's the Dreyfus scandal. Well, we got that, all right. And you've got a Jewish officer in trial for being a traitor, all right. So that was part. So you bring in the whole Jewish element, Jews is disloyal, Dreyfus case, 1894. Earlier, you had the Panama scandal, which was this huge investment scandal with the Panama Canal Company in Paris collapsing again. You had major players in that were Jewish financiers. And then you got the Taxel hoax. So the Taxel hoax was the work of this guy. His real name was, I think, Jogan Paget. He was kind of a French journalist. He started out writing porn. So when he wrote things like Sex Lives of the Popes and the erotic Bible and various things at that time, he was a Catholic, wrote with the Catholic Church, wrote bad stuff about the popes, and apparently became a Freemason for a while, and then supposedly recanted his evil ways, went back to the church, and then under the name Leo the Taxel began writing these whole series of articles, basically arguing that there was a Masonic satanic conspiracy, run, by the way, by an American, Albert Taik. And this also included child sacrifice. It's got Pizzagate as well, by a high priestess, Diana Vaughn. And so there's like child sacrifice, weird, rody, bohemian road stuff. And the Freemasons are devil worshippers going back to the Knights Templars. And so there's a thing called the devil in the 19th century, the secrets of Freemasonry. And this became a bestseller in France. So France is just obsessed with all these kinds of conspiracies. So evil satanic Freemasons, evil Jewish financiers, Dreyfus. This is the room where all of this comes. I want to figure out how Freemasons and Jews get connected together. France is the place where this happens. Now, Taxel, or Jogan Paget, eventually pulls another interesting thing in this. Around 1897, critics argue that he's making this stuff up. The name that he presented, Diana Vaughn, supposed satanic high priestess, probably a killer. And he says, oh, we're going to have a press conference. She'll appear and say all of this stuff as she returns to the church, possibly becomes a nun. And so people show up, how many figures from the Catholic Church shows up, and he does, no Diana Vaughn. And Jogan Paget goes, it's all a hoax. I made it up. You're all a bunch of idiots for believing it. Yeah, you members of the church especially, just what gullible, morons you are. And that's it. He confesses. To this day, however, you will find people who insist that it's actually true because they desperately want it to be true. But this is, I think, the milieu that this comes out of. This is this whole kind of unhealthy mix. So France, to me, is the only place that in the decade preceding it, something like this would be concocted. So it was either created by some sort of unknown person there, but I still think that even though he dies in like 1879, that in Maurice Joly's troubled career, he went from being an opponent of French Emperor Napoleon III, which is what the whole dialogues was written against. And then he was, for a time, the close political ally of a French politician by the name of Adolphe Coigny. So Adolphe Coigny, what's he got going for him? Well, he was kind of a radical politician. He was an opponent of Napoleon III. He was Freemason. Oh, and he was Jewish. In fact, at one point, I think he was actually the head both of the Scottish Rite in France and the court figure of the Alliance Israeli, the Jewish organization in France. So he was publicly very prominently Jewish. So someone else who would have Joey, as he did with basically everyone, this is a guy whose life largely consisted of dual threats and fistfights. So he gets angry at Commute, and it's exactly the type of thing that he might write to vent his spirit about it. But he died, probably a suicide, it's kind of difficult to tell, in obscurity. His son seems to have inherited most of his literary works. And his son then worked for became a journalist, worked for newspapers in France in the 1890s, but was also associated with some people on the fringes of the Okana or the Russian press in France. So one of the little things that had happened by this time is that France and Russia had become allies, even though their political systems are completely incompatible. And so the Russians were using money to subsidize French newspapers that were championing the alliance between the two, Russia and Italy. They're just paying to have the right kind of newspapers come out. So there's this whole connection between the kind of Russian journalistic world, French journalistic world, all these scandals which are going on, and Jody's son, and then, 10 years down the road, this thing pops up in the newspaper in St. Petersburg. That's where I think the origins lay.
Why do you think it took off? Why do you think it grabbed a large number of people's imaginations? And even after it was shown to be not actually what it's supposed to be, people still believe it's real.
Well, it doesn't take off immediately. Okay, it never seems any kind of wide. Nobody much reads the first edition of it. When it's and it keeps getting, there's something like 18 or 19 different versions. It gets getting people leave this protocol out or leave another one. As time goes on, there's more and more emphasis on Jews and less on Freemasons. So it's sort of, and the whole thing could have begun as an anti-Masonic tract. You can leave Jews out of it entirely and just turn it into a Masonic document. But let's just throw them in as well, since the two things are already being combined elsewhere. It doesn't become a big deal until really after the First World War, because the initial versions of it are all in Russian. And let's face it, well, that's widely read in Russia. It's not much read anywhere else. It's a different alphabet. Nobody can even see what it means. So it has no particular influence outside of Russia. But then you get to 1919, and you get all these different versions of it. So suddenly you get two English versions in the US, another English version in Britain, a German version, a French edition, a Dutch edition. Everybody is coming up with these things. So it's not until the immediate aftermath of the First World War that this metastasizes, and it begins to show up in all of these different foreign editions. And I think that just has to do with the changes that have taken place during the war. One of the things that people began looking for was that, why was there a war? We just had this whole disastrous war, and the world's been turned upside down. So there has to be some kind of explanation for that. I don't know. And one of the things is obviously there's this evil plan. There's this evil plan that's been put into motion. And this could possibly explain what's taking place. The reason with the protocols were, I think, widely bought then, and why they still are in many ways, is the same reason that the Taxol hoax I was talking about was, because it told a story that people wanted to believe. So in France in the 1890s, there was widespread suspicion of Freemasons. It was seen as a somewhat sinister, secretive organization, certainly secretive. And there was also, the same sort of generalized prejudices about Jews. Clannish, distinct, too much influence, all of things that went on. So it was sort of easy to combine those two things together. And even though Taxol admits it was a hoax, there were those who argued that this is just it's too accurate. It describes things too completely to be a hoax. And then you get the same arguments. In fact, I've heard the same arguments with the protocol. I don't even buy this as an example of plagiarism, because you can't actually prove what's being plagiarized in any sense. To me, the protocols are a prime example of what I call a turd on a plate. These things crumble. I have to explain that now. What is a turd on a plate? Well, a turd on a plate is a turd on a plate. Suppose you come in and there's a plate sitting on the table and there's a turd on it. Now, the first thing you're going to wonder is that a turd? Is it a human turd? Where did it come from? Why would someone poop on the plate? There are all these questions that come to mind. It makes no sense. But that's what you call it. It's just there. Right? I don't know where it came from. I don't know why. But there's a turd on a plate. And that's what the protocols are. They're just there.
But the reality is, just like a turd on a plate, take a picture of that in modern day, and it becomes a meme, becomes viral, it becomes a joke on all social media, and now it's viewed by tens of millions of people or whatever. It becomes popular. So wherever the turd came from, it did captivate the imagination.
Yeah.
It did speak to something.
Does it seem to provide an explanation?
Can you just speak to Jew hatred? Is it just an accident of history? Why was it the Jews versus the Freemasons? Is it the collective mind searching for a small group to blame for the pains of civilization? And then Jews just happen to be the thing that was selected at that moment in history?
It goes all the way back to the Greeks. Explain them. So one of the first occasions you find the idea that Jews are a distinct, mean-spirited, nasty people goes back to a Greco-Egyptian historian named Manetho. This is around, I think, 300 BC. Early. Can't even invoke the Romans for this. So Manetho is trying to write a history of the dynasties of Egypt. I think his history of dynasties of Egypt still is one of the basic works in this, but he tells this whole story, which essentially describes the kind of first bloodlines that the Jews to celebrate their various religious holidays would capture Greeks and fatten them up in the basement and slaughter them, eat them, or drink their blood, or do something. It's just the sort of earlier version of that kind. Also, I think it repeats the sort of Egyptian version of the Exodus out of Egypt, which is quite different than the biblical version. In this case, the Egyptian, they worked these, they stole all the stuff out of the Egyptians' houses and ran off into the desert.
The Jews stole all the stuff and then
Hebrews robbed the Egyptians. They were taken in, we took them in and sheltered them, gave them jobs, and then they stole all the jewelry and ran away. We didn't even chase them. We were glad to see them gone. So it's a different It's a different narrative on that story. But it essentially portrays the Jews as hostile. They don't like other people. Um, they're contemptuous of other people's religions, the rest of it. And see, the Greeks tended to think of themselves as being extremely cosmopolitan. Now, the Greeks ran across people worshiping other gods. They go, oh, those are just our gods under different names. And everything was sort of adjusted to their landscape. So you end up with that kind of hostility, which was there at the time. And that was probably influenced also by some of these earlier rebellions that had taken place in Egypt. I think during the Roman period, you not only have the Judean rebellion in 70 AD, you have a couple of other uprisings in North Africa, and there were very bloody affairs. In some cases, Jews began massacring other people around them, start killing the Greeks, the Greeks start killing them. So there was a fair amount of, from that period on, a certain amount of bad blood, of mutual contempt and Greeks between Hellenes, between the people who became Hellenized, as the Romans were, and the Jews. And the Romans also developed, they considered Judaism to be a horrible place, inhabited by a stubborn, obnoxious people. Not well liked. So that's really where you see the earliest versions of that. And the reasons for it would be complex. I think you say if you're going back to the 2000 Roman period, Jews, Judeans frequently experienced difficulties, conflicts with other people living around them. And part of that probably had to do with the diaspora, which was a group that, well, yeah, you get the idea the Romans can't kick everybody out, which they had Jews that did leave Judea, since it was a poor, limited area, and moving to areas like North Africa, Egypt, the Poland, and stuff, France, widely around the Roman Empire. So that sense of both distinctness and hostility existed since the beginning of time. So it wasn't just the attitude of the church towards Jews was mixed by. So one of the ideas, of course, is that at the end of time, just before the second coming, one of the signs, how will we know that Jesus is going to return? Well, the Jews will all convert. There will be a mass conversion as we see the light. Now, so there have to be Jews around to do that, or we won't. It's like a canary in a coal mine. You have to have them to take it off. So that was one of the arguments as to why within the church is why Jews would not be forcibly converted. Beyond the fact that it's just kind of bad policy to forcibly convert people because you don't know whether it's sincere. But they need to be preserved as a kind of an artifact, which will then redeem itself at the end of time. It's not something which is encouraged, it predates Christianity. And then Christianity, of course, in its own way, just sort of plagiarizes the whole Jewish thing, doesn't it? I hesitate to use that term, but that's what you do. It's like, well, we're the Jews now, okay? You used to have a unique relationship with God, but now it's been passed over to us. So, thanks for the Bible. I can remember that. My mom's side, I was periodically exposed to Sunday school. And pretty much the Old Testament was always presented as if somehow it was the history of, like, for lack of a better term, Europeans in some way. It was sort of a Christian history. It was all the prequel to that. And there'd be some sort of logic that Christians are Hebrews, so it's Christians. So, the ancient Hebrews, and somehow the Hebrews just sort of became the Christians, and I don't know, the Jews just got, but they didn't get a memo or something. So it's basically like Christianity, the prequel, was the Old Testament. But they just sort of take them. We have a special dispensation now. Thank you very much. You're an artifact.
So it's interesting. So this whole narrative that I would say there's the viral meme started, as you described, in 300 BC. It just carried on in various forms and morphed itself, and arrived after the Industrial Revolution in a new form to the 19th and 20th century, and then somehow captivated everybody's imagination.
I think that modern anti-Semitism is very much a creation of the modern world of the Industrial Revolution. It's largely a creation of Jewish emancipation. It's the nasty flip side of that. All the restrictions are thrown off, but now also you can the system much more attention than what you had before. Prior to that, you had the kind of ghettoization, which worked both ways. There were rabbis who praised the ghetto as a protection of Jews against the outside world. Because inside, we can live our life as we wish, and we're unmolested. Whereas if we were, the great fear is that if we were sort of absorbed into this larger world, we'll lose our identity. That sort of question comes up in the 18th century, and things like the ROTHSCHILD in Germany. Because the German Jews were always in this sort of cutting-edge of assimilation. And Moses Mendelssohn was an example. They argue that, we just need to become Germans. So, as much as possible, synagogue should look like Lutheran churches. Everything that should be given in German, and that's the way we need to become Jewish Germans. We don't have to become a group of people who are part in that way, and that has created great tensions ever since. One of the essential points seems to be in anti-Semitism, anti-Judaism, is that all the Jews are in it together. Is that what it is? Okay, they're always talking about is that they're collective. Jews this, Jews that, as if it's a single, undifferentiated mass of people who all move and speak the same way. From my personal experience, not being Jewish, and I'm incredibly diverse in many ways, really. One of the things that anti-Semitism proposes is a continuity or a circularity of Jewish identity that never existed.
Just like you said, on one hand, it's a good story, on the other hand, it's the truth, and oftentimes the good story wins out. And there's something about the idea that there's a cabal of people, whatever they are, in this case, our discussion is Jews, seeking world domination, controlling everybody, is somehow a compelling story. It gives us a direction of a people to fight or peoples to hate, on which we project our pain. Because life is difficult. Life, for most, is full of suffering. And so we channel that suffering into hatred towards the other. Maybe if we can just zoom out, what do you, from this particular discussion, learn about human nature that we pick the other in this kind of way? And we divide each other up in groups and construct stories, and like constructing those stories, and they become really viral and sexy to us. And then we channel the hatred. We use those stories to channel hatred towards the other.
Well, Jews aren't the only recipient of that. I mean, anytime you heard people talking about Jews this or that, white people this or that, black people this or that, Asians this or that, where they're an undifferentiated mass who apparently all share something in common. Well, nobody's really thinking. The other thing you'll find is that people who express those views in the press will argue that, this is not, if they actually know about those groups, those are okay. It's like Nazis. They'll go, this isn't okay to you. They're all right. They were always constantly making exceptions. What they actually meant an actual human being, and they seem to be fairly normal, well, they were okay. So what it was that they hated weren't actual people for the most part. It was just this kind of gollywog that they had. You're not even talking about real people. I don't know. What does it tell you about human nature? Well, okay, in 75 years, what have I done? One, I don't actually understand them any better than I ever did. In fact, less so. I would say this. When I was 17, I thought that I had the world much more figured out than I do now. But, it seemed to make much more sense if I could categorize it. Basic take on human views, most people, most of the time, are polite, cooperative, and kind until they're not. And the exact tipping point and moment in which they go from one to the other is unpredictable.
God, it's brilliant. Speaking of the tipping point, you gave a series of lectures on murderers, crimes in the 20th century. One of the crimes he described is the Manson family murders. And that combines a lot of the elements of what we've been talking about, and a lot of the elements of the human nature you just described. So, can you just tell this story at a high level as you understand it?
Manson. Well, you begin with Charles Manson as the key element of this. And Charles Manson, for most of his life, up until the time that he's around 33, is an unexceptional petty criminal. In and out of prison, reform school from an early age, not really associated with violent crimes. He did stuff like steal cars, write bad checks, became an unsuccessful pimp and drug dealer. So around 1967, he gets out of his latest stint in federal lockup in Terminal Island in Los Angeles, California. By that time, he's learned how to play the guitar, has ambitions to become a musician, and also has proclaimed himself a Scientologist. Not that he ever seems to reflect, but that's what he would claim that he was. And self-educated himself in prison to a certain degree. And so when he gets out of prison in 67, he was a model prisoner. He behaved himself, and see, you can sort of imagine his life is going in a different direction. And here again, I'm going to say something kind of good about Charles Manson, which is that he actually was a decent singer. If you really sort of listen to some of the stuff that he's not a great singer, but he could have, other people got recording contracts with less talent than he had, and he could play guitar. The Beach Boys actually did record one of his songs without him.
How would you evaluate him as painting compared to Charles Manson?
Well, you're supposed to say it's terrible.
Okay.
It was average to me.
Yeah, so that's it.
I mean, if you didn't know it worked,
Yeah.
would you? I don't know what the people say about it.
Sorry.
It's just, he's an average painter. That's what it was. Something like crazy genocidal maniac. So Manson could have done that. He probably could have, he made certain inroads into the music industry, and if he hadn't been such a weirdo, he might have gotten further with it. But his life could have taken different turns. And this is one of the questions I have. When did a guy who's an unexceptional career petty criminal, suddenly emerge into some sort of criminal mastermind, a Svengali who can bend all of these people to his will and get them to go out and commit murder? That's a real shift. So the first thing I kind of could tell you that something odd is going on is he gets out of prison in LA County, and he's supposed to, he's on parole. Parolees are supposed to have a job, not supposed to leave the jurisdiction of their parole. He heads straight to the Bay Area, violates parole right off the bat. 2 weeks later, he drifts into the parole office in the Bay Area, whereupon he should have been arrested and sent back to Terminal Island. But instead, they just assign him a parole. I don't know, maybe things were easier than that. So he gets assigned to parole officer Michael Smith. Michael Smith is initially handling number of parolees, but after a while, once he takes on Manson, he only has one parolee he's supervising, Charlie Manson, which is odd. And you also find out that Michael Smith, in addition to being a parole officer, is a graduate student at the University of California studying group dynamics, especially the influence of drugs on gangs and groups. He's also connected to the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, which is a place where the influence of just Haight-Ashbury had lots of drugs, lots of groups. So, Charlie Manson never gets a regular job, hangs around with young girls, ex-cons, engages in criminal activity. He's repeatedly arrested, but nothing ever sticks for the next couple of years. So who gets that kind of thing? Who gets a get out of jail free card? Informants. So here is what, again, this is speculation, but Manson at some point after he got out of prison is getting this treatment because he was recruited as a confidential informant. That's the interesting question. So, probably not from your local police departments. My best suspicion is probably the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, precursor to the DEA. Federal parolee, federal parole officer, graduate student in drugs and group dynamics, and eventually, with permission, he goes back down to LA. And what is he part of? Well, he's on the fringes of the music industry. That's in the hit. With the Wilsons and elsewhere, which also brings him to the fringes of the film industry. So one of the things if you're sort of looking in terms of Hollywood music industry, elites, and the flow of, he's also dealing with drugs and girls. So an early version of Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Manson contracted lots of underage runaways and trained them, used them also associated with biker gangs who produced drugs, etc. So that's part of it. He's an informant in the movement of drugs, basically within the film industry. And he's given pretty much a free rein. What then happens in August of 1969 is that there are these murders. First, Sharon Tate and her friends, Cielo Drive. I think everybody has probably pretty much heard that story before. And of course, the question is, why Cielo Drive? Why Sharon Tate? What's the interesting idiots? Manson was familiar with the place. He'd been there before. Members of the family had been there before. So he knew where it was. It wasn't an easy place to find. I mean, the way that the original house is no longer there, but the same sort of property in the house is built there. And if you didn't know where it was, it's not someplace, let's just go for a drive in the Hollywood Hills and murder people in a house. Oh, that isn't the one that you can come across. There are lots of connections there. Wojciech Bukowski, who was one of the people killed at the Cielo Drive house, was involved in drug dealing. That's a possible connection between the two, probably a fairly likely one. Probably not unfortunate Sharon Tate at all. She was probably in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her husband might have been. You never know. And then the next night, after the slaughter there, which by the way, Manson is not axed. This is one of the interesting things about it. Charles Manson doesn't get killed any of these people. His crime is supposedly ordered to kill these people. He supposedly thought that the killings at the Tate House were sloppy, and he was going to give everybody a crash course in how you apparently commit so many random murders. So the next night, he takes a group of people to the Fabianca's house, a different section of LA. And you got, Rosemary Fabianca, who's a grocer. His wife runs a dress shop, upper middle class. And, they're bound, gagged, and hacked to death. And as at the Taik residence, various things like piggy or various messages in blood, things that are supposed to look like cat's paws, because one of them was trying to be framed for these were the ideals of Black Panthers. So the general story that comes out in the subsequent trial is that this was all a part of something called Helter Skelter, which Manson supposedly was an idea that sounds like a Beatles song. That's where he got it from. He thought the Beatles were talking to him through their music, and that there was going to be an apocalyptic race war. And this was all part of a plan to set this off. So this is why the Black Panthers were trying to be implicated in this. Although how it was supposed to do that is never really explained. Here is what they would really happen. What's really happening, how I think it goes together. Before Sharon Tate and her brothers and the love youngers were killed, there was a murder by members of the family of some of the same people involved in the later killing of a musician drug manufacturer that was buried him. So Manson again was involved in the drug trade. And he would have made them. He was a cook, basically. And he brewed them up in his basement, sold the drugs to Manson, who sold them to biker gangs like the Straight Satans, which was one of the groups that he used, and they distributed them elsewhere. Well, one day, the Straight Satans show up and complain that the last batch of meth, or whatever it was that they got from Manson, had made some of their brothers very, very ill. And they were quite unhappy about that. And they wanted the $2,000 back. Manson had gotten those drugs from Harry Hinman. So he isn't happy. He sends Bobby Hustle one of the girls over to Hinman's place to get the money from him. As the story is related to him, he was an Atkins. Hinman denied that there was anything wrong with his drugs and refused to pay up, which led to a interrogation torture session in which he was killed. And the idea was here, what are we going to do with that? Well, one of the other groups that Hinman had sold drugs to were, guess what? People associated with the Black Panthers. So we'll leave these things up and we'll make them what they will do. So it's Bobby Beausoleil who then takes Hinman's car and decides to drive it up the coast. By the way, with a bloody knife with Hinman's blood and hair on it, and blood on the seats of the car, and then he pulls it off the road and decides to sweep it off, and he gets busted. So, by Hinman's body, by Beausoleil, with bloody knife. So, Beausoleil was very popular with some of the girls. There's consternation in the family that Bobby has been arrested. So how can we possibly get Bobby out of jail? Copycat killings. So if we go kill more people and we make it look the same, then see Bobby couldn't possibly have done it. No, see, he just borrowed the car. Yeah, okay, he stole the car, but the knife was already. So that, to me, makes the most sense of what followed.
How often do people talk about that theory? That's an interesting theory.
Well, it's there. It's just not the one that somebody else wanted to go and help discover because it was, again, it was a story that people could understand.
Yeah.
And it was sensational. It would catch on. Also, another probable issue in that was that his star witness was Linda Kasabian. She was present at both the Taik and the murders. She didn't participate in the killings, according to her. She sort of drives the car, but everybody else talked about what had happened. Well, okay, she turns state's evidence and gets total immunity, and it's largely in her testimony that all the rest of the case is based. Now, if you start throwing into the equation that she proclaimed her love for Bobby Beausoleil, and that she, according to others, was the chief proponent of the copycat killings, well, then that's what gets messy. Now, there's one guy that's in this. It's Charles Manson. He ordered all of this done to ignite a race war, even though how would any of that do it?
Okay, so that doesn't make sense. But he is nevertheless at the center of this because he's the glue of the family, right?
he exerts a tremendous amount of psychological control. How is he able to do it?
What? Because he said it's a petty criminal. It does seem he was pretty prolific in his petty crimes. Like he did a lot of them.
He had a lot of access to LSD, which he started getting the free clinic in San Francisco. So lots of it floating around. Some descriptions of the family as palm ranches that people were basically taking acid on an annual basis, which, by the way, was also a potential problem with Linda Kasabian's testimony, since she also admitted being high most of the time and also thinking she was a witch. Right. So you want to put her? Okay. Where do you want to go with that? See, if Manson wasn't Manson, if he hadn't acted like such a if he hadn't actually acted like this crazed hippie psycho goofball that Publius painted him as being, then Kasabian's testimonies wouldn't have been as strong, because you could. I mean, the first thing against her is you've got immunity for telling the story the prosecution wants. Yeah, that's a little iffy. They won't even bring in the witch and the drugs. You can love it how he goes to that. So if Manson had been dressed like you, sitting in a suit and tie, and behaved himself and spoken normally, things. But this isn't to say that he wasn't guilty as hell. So what he supposedly did was to inspire all of these killings, and I think that's probably sort of beginning with the Kingman killing. He told them to go over there and get the money, one way or the other. I don't know what this clearly told them to get the money, kill him, but he did. And then you might also have seen the value in terms of having copycat killings as a way of throwing off any other kinds of play. The other story you get is that one of the people who had lived at the Cielo house where Sharon Tate was before was a record producer with the name of Terry Melcher. Melcher supposedly, as the general story goes, had welched out a deal with Manson in terms of a record contract. He screwed over Manson in some sort of a record deal, and Manson wanted to get revenge. And sent them to kill everybody in the house. Which again doesn't make much sense. One, Manson knew that Melcher wasn't living there anymore. He probably knew where Melcher was living. If he wanted to get Melcher, he could have found him. It was that difficult to do. And so it's not revenge on Terry Melcher. He was familiar with the house, so the idea was something with random killings that would muddy the whole waters of the Inman killing. We might pick some place we knew of. We knew the place we could write it out. There'd be someone there who really didn't care. In the same way the Harvey Alcas seemed to have been. Manson was familiar with that because it supposedly had been the scene of creepy crawling. This is the interesting thing that we talk to do. Creepy crawling is when you sneak into somebody's house at night. While they're there asleep, or when they're not there, they move things around. So when they get up in the morning and they come home, they suddenly notice that someone has been in their house, which will freak them out, which is the whole point of that.
It doesn't seem like the murder, the creepy calling, the creepy calling. So it doesn't seem like the murder. Some of the other people use Robert like the Zodiac Killer. The murder is the goal. Maybe there's some psychopathic kind of artistry to the murder that the Zodiac Killer had and messaging behind them. But it seems like with at least the way you're describing Charles Manson's family, the murder was just they just had a basic disregard for human life, and the murder was as a consequence of just operating in the drug underworld.
The Manson set up a kind of base in the Spawn Movie Ranch, which was an old movie ranch on the west edge of LA. And they just kind of camped out there. He used the girls, in particular Squeaky Chrome, to get the owner and operator, George Spahn, to let them hang out there. So, in a fairly good little criminal get going, which with protection they had, probably would. The one thing they couldn't cover up.
Do you think there was, if he was an informant, do you think there was still a connection between DEA, FBI, CIA, whatever, with him throughout this?
Yeah.
So you from the
The real question is, there's a book written on this by Tom O'Neill, Chaos. And that sort of seems the easiest thing to get through. There's a lot of material there. I don't think O'Neill was there was going to make some of this stuff accurate, but he did a very good job of sort of polishing the whole look at this. One of the people he mentions is a name that I had run into elsewhere, so I really paid attention to it myself again. And the name is Reeve Whitson. Reeve Whitson shows up on the fringes even though he has no sort of hangs around Reeve Wilson and the prosecution. He's some sort of advice. He's just kind of there. In the same way that he was one of these guys with his hair kind of long, worked out the bottoms, hung around the music community and elsewhere in Hollywood, but no one can tell you exactly what he did. I know what he did later, but a decade later, it shows up as a CIA officer in Central Europe. So, Reeve Whitson, later in his career, is CIA. What was he in 1969? What is he doing in this? The answer to that is he appears to be a person called, no question becomes the bodies is too early to discover. So the general story is that Sharon Tate's housekeeper shows up around 8:30 in the morning, finds the police standing on the street. But there was another fellow who knew over the house, talked to her, call early in the morning. I don't know what it is. But it's really kind of articulated in Manson and a lot of it is self-analysis. The behavior of the guy he's going to throw up out of the street, out of the Texas carrying knives. One of the attorneys, initially his attorney, Ron Hughes, becomes Ben Houghton's attorney. He figures out that three girls supposedly on Charlie's are going to confess. As he says, they called it on he doesn't. Like this, because his defense to her that he was under the influence and therefore not responsible for that psychic control. So he refuses to go on with it. There's a break in the trial. He goes camping up in the mountains with some friends, disappears during a rainstorm, and then some months later is decomposed remains. Rumors, always the rumors. What would history be without rumors? That see, members of the family they were pissed off at Ron Hughes because he messed up Charlie's idea to get him off, and so they killed him. Maybe they take the heat drown. That's absolutely impossible to say. You got that kind of story. There's a guy named Juan Flynn, who was an employee of the Spawn Ranch, who didn't like Manson. Held Manson responsible for the murder of his boss. He would testify that Manson told him that he had ordered all the killings, and that Manson also admitted that he had killed 35 people. Maybe he did. On the other hand, Juan Flynn didn't like him, and he had no, other than his word, had no proof of what he was saying. So, please understand me in this case is that, unlike some people who argue that Charles Manson got a raw deal, I don't think that's the case. I think that the influence, the influence of people there I'm not sure how. That's still kind of puzzles me. He was a scrawny guy, and he wasn't physically intimidating. I mean, even called him women, but he never really had this real psychological power. If you look around him, the male followers he had wasn't very big. But he could get people to do what he wanted. And to me, the simplest explanation for this is that he began with the Indian killing, and probably on management's instigation, the others were copycat killings to throw off what was going on. That was, if I was a cop, that's what I would focus on. That seems to make the most sense.
It's clear it's not going to be easy to have that much without having a very clear ideology.
The great focus on targeting, yeah, the excessive,
but there's not like a there's not an ideology behind it. It's a more psychology or some kind of religious, I don't know, utopian ideology, something like this.
you know, I think the Manson again was essentially a criminal. His sociopathic mindset, and he hit upon a pretty good deal.
Yeah, but like, how do people convince anybody of anything? Either an ideology, or you have maybe personal religion, like you said, sex and drugs. But underneath that, you really keep people with sex and drugs, you have to kind of convince them like just like a commune of love.
You know, you have a lot of people there that go, they have some sort of like dysfunctional families.
Yeah.
A lot of the females in particular seem to have come from, more or less middle class families, but those were full of dysfunction. Their parents didn't love them. They're semi-runaways, and now they had this whole family. A lot of the young women had children. Some of them by Manson, some of them by the others. They sort of bonded together.
And again, we return to that pull towards Pomoni that gets the stories of control. So it does seem that there was a few crimes around this time. So the Zodiac Killer.
Well, California. I'm from. But I remember this period vividly. So, by the way, the Taik killings occurred on my birthday, the year I graduated from high school. So, I remember this.
Happy birthday.
A term which has been used for that, the writer Todd Wood, who's going, I wish I'd come up with this, killer formula.
Mm-hmm.
And just sort of a chronicle of these serial killers and disappearances in the late 60s and 70s. So you've got the Zodiac, you've got other ones. I mean, I hate to say it, I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but I mean, young female hitchhikers were disappearing at an alarming rate in Northern California. Their bodies that have never been attributed. Some of the Zodiac's victims, but it was a dangerous time. Edmund Kemper, co-ed killer, was another one. There were a lot of psychopaths running around. I don't know if there was something in the water or what was going on, but it was a menacing business. Hitchhiking, especially if you were alone and female, was not something you wanted to do in much of the Golden State, certainly not around the Bay Area. So there were a lot of these strange sort of killings that were going on. The Zodiac it's one of those things where you have these people who have theories about it, and if you don't share their theory, then you're part of the problem at some point or another. So I'm not sure, for instance, if the Zodiac killings were all committed by the same person. I think there might have been multiple people involved, and the first killings are all of couples, very sort of queer. I remember in my examination, one of the things I was looking at specifically, what else is there to say about the Zodiac? So what I was going to look at is that there are all of these accusations that there was an occult aspect to it, some sort of ritualistic aspect. So I looked at different things, locations, victims, phases of the moon. That's always worth looking at. And I didn't find much correspondence with those. In one of the killings, I think the one in Lake Berryessa, he does appear in this kind of weird hooded costume. He's got this symbol, this sort of compass or aiming reticle, circle with a cross through it. With a variety of things. He used guns and he used knives, but he certainly did the cutlass. Except in the last of the killings, which is of a cab driver in downtown San Francisco, who he shoots in full view of witnesses, which is completely atypical.
And also, when he was stabbing victims, it doesn't seem like he was very good at it. Or if the goal was to kill them, he wasn't very good at it to help them survive.
Yeah, he doesn't. It's not particularly thorough about it. It seems to have had much more. More of the violence seems to be directed at females than males.
So, there's a couple of questions to ask here. First of all, did people see his face?
There's a composite drawing of his face, which I think is based upon the Stein killing where there were people who saw him, or who claimed that they saw him. The other ones were all when it was fairly dark. I'm not sure that anyone else got to look at his face. The one that occurred in daylight at Berryessa was really tremendous. So there's something in common initially in the targeting of victims, which doesn't in the last case. Then after that, there's a pretty good case to be made of a woman who claims she and her small child were picked up. Her car broke down. She got a flat tire. She was picked up by this guy who she had a very strange vibe from. But eventually just let her go. Well, she might have been a Zodiac, but it might not have been.
You did rigorous looks at what is the actual facts that we know that reduce it to the thing that we know for sure. And in speaking about his motivation, he said that he was collecting souls
for the afterlife.
for the afterlife.
That's kind of a culty.
Yeah, I mean that's what I believe is that the Vikings and the Mormons, they believed this. In battle,
You're essentially making sacrificial victims, and they would be your ghostly servants in the afterlife.
you think he actually believed that?
Who knows? I mean, here's the question: was he making that up just to be scary, or is that what his actual? That's what he's saying his motivation is. Let's take him to think about it. Rather than trying to wish that into the cornfield as to get rid of it. Let's just take it. So he's claiming that he's killing these people in order to acquire slave servants in the afterlife. He will subsequently go on to claim many more victims. I'm not sure. 44 eventually he will have 4 just kind of vanishes. One of the really interesting clues to me when I was looking at that case, which I didn't find anybody else to make much of, is that it all has to do with this kind of Halloween card that he sends to the press in San Francisco. And it's talking about sort of rope by gun, by fire, and there's this whole sort of wheel to the zodiacs. But what was this drawn from? Where he got this from? It's from a Tim Holt Western comic book published in 1951. And you see the same thing on the cover. It's Wheel of Fortune, but with different forms of grisly death on it. And all of the things that he mentioned are shown in the cover of this. So whoever put together that card saw that comic book. That's kind of an interesting clue. So does that mean he's a comic book collector? When would he have studied that? He's one, and also before he got the idea from it, he was incorporating these things for me. Then there are, of course, these codes which people have, which aren't all that difficult to decipher, probably because they're meant to be. The other thing you find often with serial or psychopathic killers are toying with the press. This goes all the way back to Jack the Ripper. They get attention. And then he just disappears.
Why do you think he was never caught?
Not that they knew what to look for. So they much more. And there was a guy who was long a suspect, and then eventually they tested his DNA and found it didn't had match any of the things that they found. Again, it goes back to I'm not even sure that it's one person who's responsible for it.
But there, no, so one of the interesting things bring up in our discussion with NASA inspires this, but there does seem to be a connection, a shared inspiration between several killers here. Zodiac, the Son of Sam, later, and the Monster of Florence. So is it possible there's some kind of like an underworld that is connecting these people?
Well, take the Zodiac, and you have his claim souls of the afterlife. There are other things that are occultish connected to that. He may have picked some of the killing sites due to their physical location, to the position of the place. If you look at the Son of Sam case, where David Berkowitz will on and off claim that he was part of a satanic cult that was carrying out, again, these killings, mostly of couples and young women similar to the Zodiac, and that he had only committed some of them as witnesses at others. And that has really created the whole idea that, yes, there is this some kind of satanic cult which engages in ritual murders. Then if you go all the way to Florence, you've got murders that go on and off for a long period of time, again, focusing on couples in isolated areas, which Italian prosecutors ultimately tried to connect to some kind of satanic cult, although I'm not sure they ever made a particularly strong case for that. But that element comes up in all three of them. So you can, with a little imagination, argue that those similarities, that those things should come up in each of those cases in different places, either suggest that, oddly enough, psychopathic criminals are all sort of thinking the same way, or that there is some sort of higher element involved in this, that there's some kind of common inspiration. But here again, you come back to something similar we were talking before about, do pedophiles exist? Do pedophiles not exist? So do satanic cults exist? Well, they do. It's one of my hometown. Apparently quite harmless, as far as I know. There are people in robes, here we come again, robes, cut the head off a chicken, naked women as an altar, you can get off on that, I suppose, if that's your thing. So, professed Satanists exist, satanic cults exist, serial killers exist, ritual murders exist. Are those things necessarily connected? No. Could they be connected? Yes. There's nothing. Don't ever tell me that something is just too crazy for people to do, because that's crazy.
You study secret societies. You gave a lot of amazing lectures on secret societies. It's fascinating to look at human history through the lens of secret societies, because they've permeated all of human history. You've talked about from everything from the Knights Templar to the Illuminati to the Masons that you brought up. The Masons lasted a long time. Illuminati's you talked about in its sort of main form lasted a short time, but its legend
Never gone away.
never got away. Maybe like Illuminati is really interesting. Like, what was that?
Well, the Illuminati that we know started in 1776. In fact, you put it down to a day, the 1st of May, May Day, 1776, in Ingolstadt, Germany, founded by a Professor Adam Weishaupt. It wasn't initially called the Illuminati, because that's not really the name of the organization. It's called the Order of Perfectibilists. Apparently that changed. Weishaupt would say things like, never let our organization be known under its real name anywhere, which leaves wondering, what's its real name? So, Illuminati is simply the plural of Illuminatus, which means one who is illuminated, one who has seen the light. So, in Roman times, Christian converts were Illuminati because they had seen the light anymore. And there have been organizations called, the term is Not trademarked, not copyrighted. Anybody who thinks they've seen the light about anything is an Illuminati. So it defines nothing. The symbol of the order was an owl, which interestingly enough is almost identical to the owl which is the emblem of the Bohemian Club. Oh boy, make of that what you will. I don't make that much out of it because one owl looks pretty much like another owl, but compare them. You know, you gotta kind of wonder about this a little, just a little. Maybe there's some kind of connection there. So, but that supposedly has to do with the connection to the goddess Minerva, Alice, Minerva.
If you ever got somebody like that,
a number of levels changed over time. There was higher levels of the order that people at the lower level didn't know about. Pretty typical for this. But the thing about Weishaupt is that he was a luminous correspondent with members of his Illuminati, both during the time that it legally existed in Bavaria and later on. So Weishaupt himself lives until 1830. Dies in Kota, which was ruled by an Illuminati prince, so that nothing ever happens. No Illuminati is ever put to death or arrested in prison for any period of time. What happens is that their plan was his plan. His plan was to essentially replace all existing religions and governments in the world with one world order governed by the Illuminati. So to do this, you had to subvert and destroy all the existing order. And he argued the purpose of this is to, we wish to make men happy and free, of course, we must make them good. Alright, so that's what the order is all about. Of course, he also said things like, oh man, there's nothing.
If you ever got
Also, but women should be involved. Another interesting view about that is that appeal to women, in part because women have a chip on their shoulder, because they're left out of things. So you should appeal to their vanity on that point and offer that in the future all things will be open and they will be emancipated. So we should hold up the prospect of female emancipation to attract them. Because he argued in the short term, there's no better way to influence men than through women. Get women on our side by promising emancipation, but he made sure we'll never actually deliver it to them. Because the future will be a So he talks about these things fairly openly. This is where you get this idea of some sort of a new world order, which is to be based upon the destruction of the existing order. So there are those who argue that there is a trail of descent that leads from Weishaupt's Illuminati to the Communist Manifesto, and in fact to communism itself. That Marxism was simply a further restatement of this idea. And you can draw some sort of connection. The idea never been turned away. The Bavarian government gets a hold of the order texts. So the story is there. I think that Weishaupt gave him. I think he engineered the exposure of his order because it gave him publicity. By being exposed in Bavaria, you gain great renown, and they continue to recruit after this, and the Bavarian government actually bans the Illuminati 4 different times. Why? Because apparently the first 3 times it didn't work. So because you can notice that it's like Apple bans on Freemasonry. They just go on and on and on because these clearly isn't working.
And you actually highlight the difference between, speaking of publicity, that there's a difference between visibility and transparency. That a secret society can be visible, can be known about, it can be quite popular, but you can still have a secrecy within it.
You have no idea. It's like a black box. If I set a black box at this table, I can see that there's a black box. What's in the black box? A cat. Who knows?
In fact, the secrecy might be the thing that makes it more popular.
I have advised out again that there's no more so that you conceal the mystery. Give people who conceal the mystery of the puzzle. We need to make the order mysterious for that exact reason. Always hold out the possibility that knowledge, special knowledge that Indian wanted to have other than you.
The first Jeep
Okay.
wear black
So
hat.
he senses a lot of things. He used to vanity, ego, to recruit people, to influence both men and women. It's quite sophisticated.
Oh, this is the best.
And as you might expect from a professor of canon law trained by Jesuits,
Oh, this is the best. Mallory, you're
So-
amazing. What up?
I sort of don't think
Living the dream, dog. How are you? Every day's a holiday. Every day's a feast. Where are things going in your neck of the woods? Hit me with it. I don't know. I think it'll be the ski. I don't know. I get the word. You up with him? No, it's so great. I fucking girl, I'm a no. Girl, I'm screaming. It's so fucking out there. Oh, for sure, Mallory. Girl, I'm tired. What beats the height of this bit? Love it, girl. Sure. Oh, that's so funny. And it didn't even get it. I'm not sure. On the 31st visit on Friday by the night travel. Welcome, Pimp. What up, dog? Oh, love them. They're the best. Oh, dude. Perhaps lost my virginity in a one. I lose track of 42. Correct. More than 42. Perhaps I was married to all of them. Oh, actually, believe it or not, it used to be. And the Sephardim have that belief. Ashkenazim do not. And in Israel, when it was founded in 1948, you kind of grandfathered into whatever your custom was. Oh, fuck no, I'm a dude. I'm a dilt myself. Oh, I don't have any fucking kids, but I'm a dude that chicks like the foot. Peace, baby. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello. How's your day going? Yo, pimp. Uh-huh. You should do what? No, dude, it's not good to shit where you eat. What about? What's how are you? What's up? Yes. I don't know what you What superstition is that? Who even talking about? Okay. Look at the Wikipedia pages. You make your own decisions. I'm not going to make any decisions for you. Welcome. How are you? What? You got to be 18 to be in here.
When it was banned in Bavaria, because everybody just scatters and gets it, like Paris. And then you have the French Revolution.
Yeah. So the idea of the Illuminati, the put it crudely, the branding is a really powerful one. And so it makes sense that it can. There's a thread connecting it to this day. That a lot of organizations, a lot of secret societies can sort of adopt the brand.
Anybody can call invert form of club.
And if you're effective at it, I think it does attract. It's the chicken and egg. But powerful people tend to have gigantic egos, and people with gigantic egos tend to like the exclusivity of secret societies. And so, like, it's a gravitational force that pulls powerful people to these societies.
Exclusive. You also notice something goes on intelligent, remember Mike's ego. He's a super control. That's a great Achilles heel in human beings. The exploitation of ego.
And of course, if we go back to the conversation of intelligence agencies, it would be very efficient and beneficial for intelligence agencies to infiltrate the secret societies, right? Like, because that's what the powerful people are.
Or the secret societies to infiltrate the intelligence agencies.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, and essentially, in all the lectures, I kind of have a sense that intelligence agencies themselves are kind of secret societies, right?
Well, it comes down, to give you my definition of secret societies. One is that generally their existence is a secret. It's what they do is secret. It's what's in the box as opposed to the existence of the box. So one of the most important criteria is that they are self-selecting. You just don't join, they pick you. They decide who they admit you. And oftentimes they will sort of recruit you once you're recruited, you have to pass tests and initiations. And you also have to swear oaths of loyalty. Those are always very, very critical. So, broadly speaking, what entrance into an intelligence organization does, they decide what you get in. You just don't automatically judge. You have to pass tests and provide the tests. You go training tests, a whole variety of tests. And then you're sworn to secrecy. You never talk about what you do. Ever. But it will be dire consequences. So the method is very much the same. This idea of creative is
I have
as the organization is us and everyone else is outside of that. We are guardians of special knowledge. See, this is the type of thing that can generally happen if you question whatever any kind of intelligence agency did. Well, we know things that you don't. Why? Because we're the organization that knows things. We collect information. We know the secrets. We guard the secrets. Therefore, if we tell you, you must believe us.
I have this sense that there are very powerful secret societies operating today, and we don't really know or understand them. But the conspiracy theories in spirit might have something to them, but are actually factually not correct. Like, an effective, powerful secret society or intelligence agency is not going to let you know anything it doesn't want you to know. Right?
They'll probably mislead. So I think the question is, what's the most powerful or important secret society? Probably we don't know about it. One that doesn't advertise its existence. The one which is never known anywhere under its real name. You've got things like the Bohemian Club. You've got the Bilderbergers, which was another sort of form in the 1950s. Largely the creation of a guy by the name of Joseph Rettenberg. It's a Polish, mysterious, appears out of nowhere, a schemer for years. A man expelled from Britain, France, and the United States at one point or another. Long active in the Mexican labor movement. Okay. Rettenberg's mysterious figure. In fact, I think there was even a book written about him called Eminence. Great eminence. The front man of the was Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who was at one point a Nazi, and then a Dutch freedom fighter. Take your pick. But Rettinger is the moving hand behind the whole thing, and I'll be damned trying to figure out who Rettinger is. So the idea is that when you pick like influential people in media, business, politics, and you bring them together just to talk.
Usually I wear
Try to find common answers or common questions. It's all very much sort of Western European, Anglo-European, all very closely sort of connected to people. The whole concept of a kind of Atlanticism, which is essentially the Anglo-American combined with
I had to choose them, probably LSD.
and a bunch of these things. I mean, the council formed relations is very similar to that. And the Bilderbergers, there's an overlap with the Bohemian Club. And then you've got the Pinay Circle, or Les teachers, more military, but also linked to the so-called secret Gladio. The idea of the Soviets overran Western Europe is the stay behind an organization called Gladio. So the question I have about that is that how many secret organizations do you need? I mean, why all these separate groups which often seem to have the same people?
Yeah, the closer I look, the more I wonder the same question we asked about the Russian intelligence agencies is where is the center of power? It seems to be very hard to figure out. Because the secrecy is scary.
Well, I guess on one level, I'm comforted that there's somebody actually making decisions. As opposed to that. I mean, what do you want? Do you want chaos, or do you want everything to be controlled? And
Well, many of us do.
I don't
Not on that
put
one level,
much stock in the idea that there actually is some small group of people running everything, because if they were, he would operate more efficiently. I do think that there are various disparate groups of people
big enough.
who think that they're running things, or try to, and that's what concerns me more than anything else. Well, I hate to go back to it again, just what you bring it up. You go back to the Nazis, they had the whole idea of letting people roll over, and they only had 12 years to do it. Look what a mess they made, right? Look at the damage, the physical damage that can be done by an idea inspiring a relatively small group of people controlling a nation based upon some sort of racial or ideological fantasy that has no real basis in reality and yet guides their actions. It's this differentiation that I always make, and I try to get across to students, between always be clear about what you know and what you believe. You don't know many things.
Enough
You know your name. You know when you were born. You probably know who your father is, but that's not absolute unless you get a DNA test. I don't need to trust DNA tests. So, you know who your mother is. You believe this
figures
why?
like
Because you're not told.
exactly more money than you know.
You believe things generally because someone has told you this to be true, but you don't really know for sure. Well, because we know so little,
Yeah,
we tend to go by beliefs. So we believe this, we believe in that. We believe that your cult leader is the answer to everything. And it seems to be very, very easy to get people to believe things. And then what happens is that whether or not those beliefs have any real basis in reality, they begin to influence your actions. So here again, someone was to bring it back to the Nazis. What were the Nazis convinced of? They were convinced that Jews were basically evil aliens. It comes down to they weren't really humans. There's some sort of evil contamination which we must eradicate. And they set out to do that.
And they were sure that there's just a few problems that could be solved, and once you solve them, they get this beautiful utopia where everything is just perfect. It'd be great, and we can just get there. And I think it's really strong belief in a global utopia. It just never goes right.
Well, this seems like impossible. For some reason, not long ago, I was listening on YouTube to old wobbling songs. The Wonders of the World. I don't know why. I didn't know there was a whole album of wobbling songs. But and there was one of them called Commonwealth of Toy. And like most of them, they're sort of taken from gospel songs. And it's talking about in the future, how wonderful everything will be in the Commonwealth of Toil.
Have I had fans come and visit?
And
These
when
are like 8 10 hours.
revolutionary leftist in this case wobbles, but nonetheless, it's like a prayer for communism. In the future, everything will be good because the earth will be shared by the toilers. And from each abilities, each creativity, and it's this kind of sweet little song. It's like, but I just sort of imagining this. If I was going to stage that, I'd have like this choir of children singing it with a huge recycle behind them, because that's what it's combining. And you can think that the sentiments that are expressed in that song, which are legitimate in some way, of all the horrors that thing leads to.
It is fascinating about humans. A beautiful idea on paper, an innocent little idea about the utopian future can lead to so much suffering and so much destruction. Totally, the unintended consequences.
It's all unintended consequences.
And we learn from it. I mean, that's why history is important. We learn from it. Hopefully.
Really?
Slowly. Slow learners.
I'm unconvinced of that, but perhaps.
Speaking of unconvinced, what gives you hope? If human beings are still here, maybe expanding out into the cosmos 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 years from now, what gives you hope about that future? About even being a positive future about that?
Most people are cooperative.
That's a good
They're
question.
kind, most of the time.
Probably
And
if you can just sit for 2 hours, set the environment, and go
that's one of those things that can usually be
coffee,
and usually you'll get back to what you put into it.
safe to
Another thing that I have like a weird fascination of watching are people who have meltdowns on airplanes. Because it's just bizarre.
It's fascinating to watch, yeah.
The people who there's some sort of psychotic break that occurs. And there's always going to be this way. The cops are going to come on and drag you off the plane. Not true, though. And you're going to inconvenience everybody there. And usually it's when they don't care about that. That's a wonderful sense of power that they have. So they have some sort of sense of powerlessness. And if their only way of power is to piss off everybody else on that plane, they're going to go ahead and do it, even though it's going to lead.
no, it's red, black, or
And
green.
there's other psychological behavior in traffic, the road rage.
Yeah,
It's fascinating.
And I think most things, there again, these are all people who at some point were cooperative and kind and polite. And then they snap. So those are all part of the human makeup as well.
But also part of the human makeup, the difference between human creatures is the ability to get together, cooperate on that scale over an idea, create things like the Roman Empire did, laws that protect us from creating human behavior, manifestations from man's
The human beings are just weird. It's just completely peculiar. I'm not sure that we're altogether natural.
but I think we are altogether beautiful. There is something magical about humans and animals. Humans stay here, even as we get advanced robots walking around everywhere, more and more intelligent robots that claim to have consciousness, that claim they love you, that increasingly take over our world. I hope this magical things that makes us human still persist.
Well, let us hope so.
Rick, you're an incredible person. You've done so much fascinating work, and it's really
I've never had anybody ask me as many
so, thanks so
or as many questions.
This was so fun. Thank you so much for talking. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Great Spence. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from John F. Kennedy. The very word, secrecy, is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The ideas that I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. Everything that I talk about, raising the minimum healthcare for all, a tax system which demands the billionaires pay their fair share, those are all popular ideas, but people didn't vote. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies. And in 23 states, well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. And we've got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't like it. They want to tell you, this is their main, this is how they succeed. If they say, Lexus, the world is the way it is, it always will be this way. We got the wealth, we got the power, and don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. That they don't say it like that. That's what you
running an outsider campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we talked about are the ideas of working class people, young people.
Following is a conversation with Bernie Sanders, senator from Vermont and two-time presidential candidate, both times as the underdog who against the long odds captivated the support and excitement of millions of people, both on the left and the right. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bernie Sanders. Growing up, did you ever think you'd be a politician? No. Yeah, I know that you hate talking about yourself, which is rare for a politician, I would say. What's your philosophy behind that? You like talking about the issues?
Yeah, everybody talks about themselves. It's not about me. What politics should be about is the issues facing the people of our country, the people of the world that we're going to address. That's what it should be.
That said, there's interesting aspects to your life story. For example, in 1963, you were very active in the civil rights movement. Got arrested even for protesting segregation in Chicago. And you attended the famous March on Washington, where MLK gave his Have a Dream speech. What was that like?
It's extraordinary. Took a bus ride down with fellow students to the University of Chicago. There's a zillion people there. I'm not sure if it's the first time I'd ever been in Washington in my life, but it was a very impressive moment. And what he was talking about, what people very often forget about that, it was not only racial justice, it was jobs. Jobs and justice. That was the name of the rally. And something like that.
What did you learn about the way he enacted change in the world?
He was a very impressive guy. More impressive, I think, than people think that he was. And what he did is he created his movement from the bottom up, from which he developed real organization, grassroots organization, which put pressure on communities and officials that in segregation, open and voting patterns. And I think what has to also be remembered about him, which is really quite extraordinary, is, he won the Nobel Peace Prize, and it was not only great, but then, at the end of his life, he took on Lyndon Johnson as the one year. And as soon as he did that, suddenly the editorial pages throughout America, establishment papers, no longer what he was celebrating. In fact, the message sent out, black, deal with civil rights. Don't worry about foreign policy, we'll take care of that. But he said, if I talk about peace and nonviolence, I can't sit back and allow what's going on in Vietnam to continue without speaking out. Incredible approach. And, by the way, when he was assassinated, they fighting for the rights of obsolete workers, garbage, guys who were garbage, who were treated terribly, low wages, bad working conditions, that was what they liked to tell me. That's what it was.
So on the war front, one of the things that people don't often talk about your work in politics, you gave what I think is a truly brave speech on the Iraq War in 2002, I believe. You voted no on the Iraq resolution, you voted no on the Patriot Act, and you basically predicted very accurately what would happen if you go into Iraq. What was your thinking at the time behind those speeches, behind voting no on the Patriot Act and the Iraq resolution?
Maybe ironically came out of a maybe report that these lies that people totally went to under the line. We lost close to 60,000 Americans, millions of people in the Iraq Cambodia died as a result of it. So you think twice about it. The war in Iraq, we had people like Dick Cheney and others telling us on with the weapons, all that stuff. It's really like we can resolve the issue. I didn't believe it. I didn't agree with it. And it turns out historically, I was correct.
What's the way to fight this thing that Martin Luther King tried to fight, which is the
not a lot of people are familiar with that. But when it means, we talk about oligarchy in Russia. They're all around Putin surrounded by the oligarchs. Well, guess what? We have it in the United States. So what you have right now is an economy with more concentration of ownership than we've ever had. Right? That means it's agriculture, transportation, healthcare, whatever it may be. Fewer and fewer massive, large corporations control what we produce and the prices we pay. And then you look at our political system, and we don't talk about it. What is the reality of the political system today? And that is that billionaires are spending huge amounts of money for market selection. In Trump's campaign, you have three multi-billionaires spending over $200 billion. Three people. Democrats have big billionaires, not quite as concentrated. But at the end of the day, billionaires play an enormous role in terms of electing politicians and in Washington in determining what legislation gets seen and not seen.
But it's not just single billionaires, it's companies, lobbyists.
You got it. Let me give you one example. Lobbyists. We pay in the United States by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, as an issue I've been working on with some success. Take a wild and crazy guess. How many lobbyists are there from the drug companies in Washington, D.C.?
Over 1,000.
There are 100 members in the Senate, 435 members in the House, 535 members in Congress. There are 1,800 well-trained lobbyists representing the drug companies, including former leaders of the Republican and Democratic Party. That is why, one of the reasons why we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Military-industrial complex. You've got a revolving door. People go from the military into the General Dynamics, into Lockheed Martin and the other large companies. And what we see there is an institution of the Pentagon. We spend $1 trillion a year on the Pentagon. It is the only federal agency that is not able to submit to a competitive order. So if you think there's not massive fraud and waste and cost overruns in the Pentagon, it would be sort of mistaken.
Do you think most politicians are corrupt in accepting the money, or is the system corrupt, or is it a bit both?
If the corrupt means that here's $10,000, vote this way, doesn't work like that. Very, very rare occasionally. Very, very rare does. Corruption. What happens is that if you are in a campaign, and right now the amount of money that people have, if you're running for Senate in Ohio, you're talking about $50 million. Where the hell do you get that money? It's not going to be $10 donations. You're going to be surrounding yourself with people who have like $5,000 plate deals, etc. So you surround yourself with those people who say, oh, these are my problems, this is what I need, this is I need a tax break for billionaires, blah, 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 blah. So you live in that world. They are your financial support. They are, in a sense, your political base. So you're very cognizant of what you do in terms of not upsetting them. So it's not corruption in the sense of people taking envelopes with huge amounts of money to vote a certain way. That very, very rarely, if that happens. It is the power of big money to make politicians put on less votes. And that's why, when I ran for president, probably maybe most proud is the fact that we received millions of campaign contributions, averaging 27 bucks a piece.
Have companies, lobbyists that would try to buy you, try to influence you?
We don't welcome them into our office. I do deal with these guys, but it's usually on a confrontation or something else, so they don't come into my office very often. We get problems.
So how do we fix the system? How do we get money out of politics?
It's just like, like many other issues, like, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. It exists in other countries. If you go to, every country has to go to an election system, but nobody has a system where a billionaires can spend unlimited sums of money through super PACs to elect the candidates in the So, first thing you got to do, one of the things like I found, the more important the issue, the less discussion there is. The less important the issue, the more discussion there is. A number of years ago, the United States Supreme Court, in one of its more pathetic decisions, passed the Citizens United decision. And the Citizens United decision said, if you're a multi-billionaire, you want the freedom, you're a free person in a free country, you want the freedom to buy the government. And how terrible it would be to deny you the freedom to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a campaign to elect the candidates. And they said, that's this. That's your freedom, and that's what Citizens United is about. We've got to end that. And in my view, we move to public funding elections. That means if you want to run for governor, you want to run for Senate, show that you have some support. Get $5 contributions from X number of people to show you're not a flake. You have some support, and government will pay a certain amount more, and there'll be a limited amount of money that goes for it. So you can run against me, and I'm not going to outspend you 10 to 1. That's what we should be moving toward.
How do we make that happen when there's so much money in the system and the politicians owe to the people who paid for their election? Does that have to come from the very top, essentially, sort of a really strong, populist president?
But you raised exactly the question. If I am getting a huge amount of money from billionaires, we take them to the trial and ask, I think billionaires should not be involved in buying elections. I doubt that very much. So what you're going to need, and you tell me if I'm missing something, but I pay attention. You don't hear either of them making evidence that they should do.
I think what happens is when an individual politician speaks out about it, you get punished. But I think this is a popular idea. So for a lot of them to speak out, that's why if it came from the top, the president was using a very large platform to basically speak out. It provides a safety blanket for the other politicians to get it all out of the system. But there has to be kind of a mass movement.
Yeah, I mean, in every place I go, I always say, people understand that you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're progressive, you're conservative. Who really believes that we are a democracy when billionaires can spend tens of millions of dollars? So it is a very popular issue. It's important. You're right. We need political leaders to be speaking out on that. But we need a grassroots movement to say, if somebody's at the top meeting, you're running for the Senate, you're running for the House, what's your view on Citizens United? Are you prepared to vote to overturn that decision and to move to public funding? Extraordinary.
So many of your policy proposals are quite radical.
No, I beg to differ.
Okay, great. Well, they're popular. So what I mean is relative to what the way other politicians speak, it's usually a little bit more moderate. So from everything you've learned from politics, is it better to go sort of radical, maybe we can come up with a different word, versus a more moderate, safe, ambiguous kind of policy?
Okay, let's talk about it. Fair enough. We talked about what is important.
Yes.
Getting money out of it, take money out of politics. That's a radical idea.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a popular idea. It's an idea that makes sense. But in order, to implement it and actually make it happen requires, to flip the system upside down, right? In that sense, it's radical.
In that sense, it's radical. But if you go to walk down the street here and say, do you think billionaires should be able to spread this much money as they want to buy politicians? I would say 9 out of 10 people say that's crazy. That's not what Americans supposed to be about. So in that sense, it's certainly not radical. Talk about healthcare. Go out on the street, do it. Do a poll, and I've done a poll. Is healthcare a human right? Should every American be able to go to a doctor when they need, regardless of their income? You know what people say? I'd say that 85, 90% of people say, of course. The idea that healthcare is a human right available to all exists, but in every major country on earth except the United States. You're here living in Burlington, Vermont, right? You got a car, go 50 miles north to Canada. Walk to the Canadian, walk into Canada, and ask people, when you go to the hospital, how much does it cost? What kind of bill? They say, what are you talking about? That's cost the same. Doesn't cost the same. That's the case in virtually every country in Europe. So the idea that healthcare should be available to all, that there should be no out-of-pocket expense because it's a human right, is widespread around the world and very much agreed to in this country. Bottom line is that because of our corrupt political system, we have a healthcare system designed not to provide healthcare to all people, but make huge profits with the drug companies and insurance companies, and that is what's happening. And we got to change that system. So I'm a strong advocate for a levy on Medicare.
Okay, let's talk about Medicare for all. If you could snap your fingers today and implement the best possible healthcare system for the United States of America, what would that look like?
Well, we have a pretty good system, not great, but a pretty good system for Medicare. So it's there, but Lyndon Johnson passed that in the 1960s, a huge step forward. It is being chopped away by private insurance companies through Medicare Advantage. But if you strengthen Medicare and you do away with the kind of deductibles that seniors now have, and you do away with other stuff, you say basically right now, if you're a senior in America, you go to any doctor you want. When you're in a hospital, Medicare will pay the entire bill. If you expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision, it doesn't now cover. You do all of those things. And then the next thing you do is say, okay, to be eligible for Medicare now, you have to be 65. First year, we're going to lower it to 55. Then we'll lower it to 45. Then we'll lower it to 35. Then we'll have everybody in the system. So I think in a 4 or 5 year period, you can strengthen Medicare and everybody in the system. And when you do that, this is not just me talking. A number of studies have pointed this out. When you take the profit motive out of it from the insurance companies and the drug companies, you can end up providing quality care for way more. Because right now, we are spending twice as much for personal health care as the people in the other nation. Incredibly wasteful system.
So the way to pay for the system is to increase taxes. But you're saying if you cut that cost and increase the taxes, you're saying it's going to
Here's the story. I've got my share of 37 ads attacking me. Bernie Sanders wants to raise your taxes on health care in a progressive way. But right now, your health insurance, somebody's paying for your health insurance. That's if you are working, most people get their health insurance through their jobs. Okay? So if you're working for a large company, your employer is paying your health insurance. And by the way, that comes out of your wages. Healthcare costs in America are very high. The employer will tell you honestly, look, I can't give you more than a 3% wage increase. Because I got a 10% increase in your healthcare costs. You want that? Well, if you're a union negotiating, you know what they'll say here? You want decent wages, you got to cut back on your pay. That's what every union has to deal with, every negotiating system. So we're paying for it through employers out of pocket. We pay for it through Medicare, Medicaid, Veterans Administration, etc. What I am proposing is written up articles what exists in Canada and other countries. It is publicly funded, like the police departments and like libraries are, like public education. This is publicly funded in a progressive way. So right now, rather than paying out of your own pocket, if you are a family, let's just say you're self-employed right now, you are, you have a couple of kids and a wife, it could cost you $15,000, $20,000 a year in insurance costs. Well, that's all eliminated. Will you have to pay more in taxes? Of course. It depends on your income level, but you could be paying $12,000 more in taxes, but not $20,000 more in premiums, co-payments, and deductibles. You save money. So it's paying taxes rather than paying money to the insurance company. You get a better deal for your taxes.
So the most painful thing in today's system is these surprise bills. Number one cause bankruptcy, and the psychological pain that comes from that, just worrying, stressed, in debt, and just basically afraid constantly of getting sick because you don't know if insurance has been covered, and if you're not insured, you don't know how much it's going to cost. You're not going to go to the hospital even if there's something wrong with you, if there's pain and all that kind of stuff. You just live in a state of fear, psychological fear. That's the number one problem. So it's not just financial, it's psychological.
Look, and I think you said it very well. I, chairman of the justice system, so I talk to a lot of doctors. And doctors in Vermont and all over this country tell me that they are astounded at people walking into their offices much sicker than they should have been. And the doctor said, why didn't you go to your 6 months when they first, felt your symptoms? And he said, well, I have a high deductible of $10,000 deductible. I don't get anybody. I'm uninsured. Some of those people don't have it. Other people, and this is what it's crazy. They end up in the hospital with huge expense to the system, rather than getting the care they need when they need it. So that is how, give me another example. You pay the highest prices in the world for systems. 1 out of 4 Americans can't afford to drop to a doctor. And you walk into the doctor's office, that's prescription. You can't afford it. Why not? You end up in emergency room, which is an extremely expensive proposition. When you end up in the hospital, rather than dealing with the problem when it occurs. And what is not talked about, I mentioned earlier, we don't talk about some of the major issues. The estimate is for some 60,000 people in America die every single year, unassistedly, because they can't get to a doctor when they need because of financial reasons. And when you're even crazier, 1 out of 4 people with cancer treatment in this country either go bankrupt or deplete their financial resources. To your point this way, if somebody diagnoses you with cancer, you're scared to death, you're worried about how you get dead, you can die. And then you're company. You're going to worry about it. Whether your family goes bankrupt, how insane is so to me, healthcare is like unites us all. Everybody has family that gets sick. We all get born, we all die, we all want care. And we all have got to come together to create a system that works for all of us, not just the drug companies and insurance.
There's just so many stories. Not even the horrific stories, it's countless horrific stories. Just basic stories of cost. Like my friend, Dr. Peter Tia, had this story where he happens to be wealthy so he can afford it, but he had to take his son to the emergency room and the son was dehydrated. And the bill was $6,000. Just did basic test and gave him an IV, the basic thing. And he has really good insurance, and the insurance covered $4,000. But he had to, at the end, pay $2,000 for a basic emergency room visit. And there's a lot of families for whom that one visit for such a simple thing would be just financially devastating.
And you know what? People know that, and they say, it's like, I don't feel well today.
Yeah.
Something's wrong. I ain't going to go to that emergency room because I don't want a $6,000 bill. What happens if you have insurance? They pay 2/3 of it, right?
Yes.
So what happens if you didn't? What happens if you didn't have money? If you have my book like this, it is a disgusting system. It is an inhumane system. But insurance companies and drug companies are very powerful. They make a lot of campaign contributions on a lot of partners from the over the all. But I think the American people want it.
So that's another good example of a really popular idea that is not implemented because of the money and US.
And I'll tell you that. Not only is it not implemented because of money, it's not even discussed. Right? But I'm saying here, no one disputes it. We are spending twice as much per person on healthcare, right? And yet 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and our life expectancy is lower than virtually every other nation. Do you think that might be an issue that we could discuss?
again, if a single politician discusses it, they get punished for it. So there needs to be a mass movement, and probably, I mean, from my perspective, it has to come from the very top. It has to come from the president, and the president has to be a populist president where they don't care about the parties with the rich people. They just speak out because they know it's a popular message and they know it's the right thing. Speaking of that, we had a historic campaign run for president in 2016, and in the eyes of many people, mine included, you were screwed over by the DNC, as especially the WikiLeaks emails show. What's your, just looking back, feelings about that? Are you angry? Are you upset?
Yeah, of course I'm angry. Of course I'm upset. But, when you take on, in this case, the Democratic establishment, who controlled that party forever, but you can trust the Democratic Party. You're taking on corporate America, you're taking on the corporate media, calling for political revolution that creates a government that looks for not just the few. The opposition is going to be extraordinary. But what I am extremely proud of from that campaign in 2020 is that we took on the anointed candidate of the establishment. And we showed, despite the fact the entire establishment, I had in the Senate, I had one supporter. There were 50 Democrats. I had one supporter. I had no government supporting me. Maybe a few people in the House. But we took on the whole political establishment, and we did, the millions of votes. And the ideas that we brought forth were ideas that they have to deal with one way or another. If you look at the American Rescue Plan, I'm proud that helped right during the midst of COVID. I love the ideas that we brought forward in that bill, and I want to make them obviously come.
And you almost won. A lot of people thought that you would win against Donald Trump.
I think we would. I think Trump is a very, I think he's a little bit crazy between me and me, but he's a smart politician. And he's appealing to a lot of the anger that working class people feel. And you know what? Working class people should feel angry, but they should make sure that the anger is directed in the right direction, not against people who are even worse off than they are, which is what demagogues like Trump always do. So, I think we had, as I went around the country, then we have a lot of support from working class people who understand that there is something wrong. This is an incredible fact. I'm going to ask you a question. Are you ready for this, Lex? Let's go. Here we go. Over the last 50 years, there's been a massive increase in worker productivity as a result of technology, right? Different degrees of things. I don't know exactly what it is. But the worker today is producing a lot more than the worker 50 years ago. Is the worker today, in real inflation accounting for dollars, making more money than the worker 50 years ago?
Well, there's a lot of close arguments there, but your point is well taken. It's either the same or a little bit higher or a little bit lower depending on the statistics. It has not increased significantly, and the wealth inequality has increased significantly.
So you would think that if a worker is producing a lot more, that worker would be better off, would be working lesser hours, etc. That hasn't been the case. And what has happened in that 50 years is, according to the RAND Corporation, there has been a 50 trillion redistribution of wealth in the bottom 90% of the top 1%. You have CEOs today making 300 times more than their workers. You've got people on top of more wealth than about half of American society. So that's why people are angry. And they work that their kids to have a lower standard of living today in the wealthiest country in history. So there's a lot of anger out there. And we tap some of that anger in a constructive way. Essentially saying, you know what? We don't need so few to have so much wealth and power. Let's distribute it more fairly in the way.
I got to get back to 2016 because it's such a historic moment. So there's a lot of fans of yours that wanted you to keep fighting because you forgave in the end the establishment and joined them in support. And your fans wanted you to keep fighting for a takeover, for a progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. If you just look back and had to do it all over again, what would you do differently?
Well, by the way, in terms of takeover, we did try. We ran, Keith Ellison is. Keith is now the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. He's doing a great job of the outstanding Attorney General. Keith was then a member of Congress, and we ran Keith to become the head of the DNC, the establishment, and the President of the United States brought down by a few votes. So it's, look, you're faced, that's the exact same position that many of us are in right today. So people said, well, why did you support Hillary Clinton? Yeah, what's the alternative? Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is an extremely dangerous person trying to undermine American democracy. So I can't support him. Hillary Clinton, obviously, is a very good looking people. But in that moment, that's where politics becomes easy too. And it ain't easy. And sometimes you have to do things that you're not really all that excited about. But I think it was right to try to do what I could to prevent Trump from getting elected. And in 2020, I did the same with Biden. I had more success with Biden.
Well, there's this interesting story about a long time coming meeting between you and Obama in 2018, I believe. So Ari Ravenhoft, who was a former deputy campaign manager, wrote a great book, I would say, about you, called The Fighting Soul on the Road with Bernie Sanders. And he tells many great stories, but one of them is your meeting with Obama. And he says that Obama told you, Bernie, I wish I could get Obama. Bernie, you're an Old Testament prophet, a moral voice for our party, giving us guidance. Here's the thing, though. Prophets don't get to be king. Kings have to make choices, prophets don't. Are you willing to make those choices? Basically, Obama's making the case that you have to moderate your approach in order to win. So, was Obama right?
Look, and again, that's why politics is very fascinating. Sometimes you can win and lose, you win. If your goal is not just individual power, but transforming society. One of my heroes, you mentioned Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who's one of my heroes. Another one of my heroes is Eugene Victor Debs. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, yes. Okay. For many reasons, yes.
All right. Debs, many listeners may not know who Debs was. Debs was a union organizer in the early 1900s, helped form the American Railway Union, ran for president, I think, 5 times, ran the last time while he was in a jail cell because of his opposition to World War I. He had a million votes doing that. Debs lost badly in every race that he ran. 1932, Franklin Delano Roosevelt ran for president, and much of what Roosevelt ended up doing was at least some of what Debs had done. Debs helped lay the groundwork for ideas. So sometimes you can lose and win if you're into transforming society. What my view is, where I disagree with Obama, is I think you have got to raise consciousness among ordinary people. And when people know what's going on and are prepared in an organized way to fight for change, they can make incredible changes. So we see that, and we see it. Today we take for granted, well, we have a woman running for president in the United States. We've had other women running for president. We have women governors and senators. Not so many years ago in the United States Senate, there were 98 men, 2 women. Right? Even before that, 1920, is when women got the right to vote. How did that change? How did women's role in society change? It changed because women and male allies stood up and fought. Gay rights. Old enough to remember. Anybody I knew who was gay, do you think they would come out of it? No, they wouldn't. That's changed. We have seen, in terms of civil rights, massive change happens when people at the grassroots level demand. I talked about healthcare a moment ago. We will get universal Medicare for all and millions of people making clear that's what they want. So I believe politics starts at the grassroots level, and that's how you got to bring about change.
So just to go back to Obama, though, in many ways, he too is a singular historic figure in American politics who has brought about a lot of change. He's a symbol I think that will be remembered for a long time. What do you What do you admire most about Obama?
You know, I know him, we're not best friends, but I know him well and reach out every once in a while. First of all, don't underestimate what it was in 2008 to be the first black president in history of this country. And I think people deny that he's an extraordinarily intelligent guy, very, very articulate, one of the best speakers there is in America. And that he and his family, and again, it's a lot harder than it looks. He and his family, for 8 years, his wife, Michelle, his kids, really held that office in a way that earned, I think, the respect of the American history. So he deserves it. And don't underestimate. I think, years ago, there were people who said a black president in our lifetimes never going to happen. Can't happen. Too racist country. He did it. And that is a huge accomplishment. And I think, he has had some significant achievements in his presidential tenure. He and I did disagree on a number of issues. I think he would tell you, his public stance is that, if you have to start all over again, you can do Medicare for all, single payer, but where we are right now, the best thing to do is do Medicare. We disagree on that. But, I think he deserves an enormous amount of credit for what he's doing.
And he, like you, also gave a damn good speech opposing the Iraq War before running for president. And that takes courage.
Yes.
But then it also shows that once you get into office, it's not so easy to oppose or to work against the military-industrial complex.
It is very hard. People do not fully appreciate how powerful the establishment is, whether it is the healthcare industry, whether it's the military-industrial complex, whether it's the fossil fuel. These people are unbelievable amounts of money. They're very smart lobbyists in Washington, D.C., and they're very, very creative people. They want to.
I have to ask you about capitalism, the pros and cons. So you wrote a book, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. That is a thorough, rigorous criticism of, I would say, hyper-capitalism.
Yes, that's right.
A certain kind of capitalism that you argue that we are existing today in the United States. But a lot of people would attribute to capitalism all the amazing technological innovations over the past 70 plus years that have contributed to increase in quality of life, in GDP, in decrease in poverty, decrease in infant mortality, increase in expected life expectancy. So, what are the how do you see the tension, the pros of capitalism and the cons of capitalism?
Some of my European friends, they say, Bernie, in the United States, you're considered to be very radical. If you were here in France or Denmark or someplace, you'd be kind of mainstream left guy, not all that radical. So this is what I think. I think the best that we can do right now, where we are right now, is to create a society which does two things. It encourages innovation, but at the same time, it makes sure that all people in a wealthy nation have a decent standard of living. In some countries, you look at Scandinavia, and this shocks people because we don't talk about this at all. So in Scandinavia, has been the case with Norway for years that people have healthcare. That's not a big deal. The hospitals don't pay them. You have, and this shocks people. In America right now, we have people who get 1 week, 2 weeks off paid vacation. Sometimes you get nothing. There are people out there with no vacation. In Germany, you get 6 weeks paid vacation and other holidays. People are shocked by it. In America, we don't have paid family and medical leave. The only major country. Other countries, your wife gets sick, you stay home. Your kids get sick, not a big deal. There's a certain amount of paid family and medical leave. Cost of prescription drugs are far more. So what you want to do is create what's called a social safety net. That means, I don't care what your income is. Of course you're going to have health care if you're in the Of course you're going to have housing that is affordable. Of course your kids are going to have great quality education and childcare university without much cost obvious reasons. They want to have the best educated workforce they can. So, rather than playing people in a civilized democratic society of providing all basic needs, healthcare, education, housing, retirement benefits, yes, that is what we've got to do. Now, does that mean then that the government is going to run every mom and pop store in the corner? Of course not. You want innovation? You want to go out and start a business, produce a product, good luck, make money. But on the other hand, in terms of making money, we want you to be able to do that, come up with good products, good services. But do I think we should end up with $100 billion? No. And you know what's funny? I did an interview with Bill Gates, who's I think the third wealthiest guy in the country, struggling behind Musk and Bezos, and he's only worth on plus. And I said to him, Bill, he was supposed to ask me questions. I asked him, well, tell me something. You're an innovator. Did you know that you become a multi-billionaire and stuff motivated? And he said, no. And I believe he was honest. I love doing whatever. I love programming. That's the kid. He started doing that. He loved it. He was motivated. Do you think that there are scientists out there who are working day and night trying to develop drugs to deal with Alzheimer's or cancer? That they're motivated, oh, boy, if I come up with this drug, I'm going to become a billionaire. So I think, we want to reward success. Fine. But you don't need $1 billion. We want people to get satisfaction from what they accomplish, the work they're doing, whether it's cleaning the street or developing new work. So I think we've gone a little bit too far. And you're right, you're talking about the book was an attack on, I call it hyper-capitalism and uber-capitalism. But right now, and this is not an American issue, this is a global issue. It's not an accident that Musk is over there in Saudi Arabia talking to the trillionaire families in the Middle East. These guys are doing these things. You got probably not more than 5,000, 10,000 extraordinarily wealthy families who have unbelievable economic power over 7 billion people on this planet.
But Elon Musk is actually an interesting case because he's investing all the money back into the businesses. So I think there is a balance to be struck when you just spoke to it, which is we can still celebrate even big companies that are bringing wealth to the world, that are really cool stuff, that are good quality of life. But we can question why is it that the working class does not have a living wage in many cases, and sort of trying to find that balance.
That's right. That is true. I am no great fan of Elon Musk, especially the one just right now in Trump's campaign. But is he a brilliant guy? Of course he is. Does he work like a dog? Of course he does. Does he come up with these incredible innovations and companies? Yes, he does. Does he stay credible? Yeah, he does. But, even in terms of encouraging innovation, I would hope that we are focusing on the important issues. I'd love to see great innovators figure out how to build the affordable housing that we need, come up with the great drugs that we need to solve many of the terrible illnesses that plague people. Climate change, for God's sakes. All right, do we need innovation? We're making some progress in this country. Should we do more? What kind of technologies out there can really cut back on carbon emissions? So, I hope we focus on some of the most important issues that you have. Like reward innovators, I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem with 3 people end up owning more wealth than about half of American society.
Maybe you can briefly speak to something you tweeted recently about Donald Trump going to McDonald's and minimum wage was $7.50. Can you just speak to that tweet?
Look, nothing Trump did, but it's called a photo op. So you go to a place, what's that name? Good old Donald Trump, just another good Donald Trump. But anyhow, he was like he was photo op. Kamala Harris was in North Carolina handing out food to people who were victims of the hurricane fund. That's what politics is doing. But some reporter asked him, he said, Mr. Trump, are you for raising the minimum wage? And that was a fair question because you got, I don't know how many, but many, many thousands of McDonald's workers and millions of other American workers right now are trying to get by on 9, 10, 11 bucks an hour. Federal minimum wage is 7 and a quarter. You have people working at McDonald's right now for sure who are working 12, 13 bucks an hour. So the reporter said, what do you think about raising federal minimum wage? Oh, these are great workers. I love McDonald's. Well, I think that in the richest country in the history of the world, if you work 40 hours very destructive of the environment. That means we should have a federal minimum wage, not certainly 7.25, but in my view, $17. Will that solve all the economic problems for working class people? No, no. It'll not.
Since running for president, you've often been attacked, especially from the right, about being worth, I believe, $2 million and owning 3 houses. So, from my perspective, the answer to that is most of your wealth has been earned from writing books, selling those books. And you're one of the most famous politicians in the world, and so your wealth in context, in comparison to other people of that fame level and other politicians, is actually quite modest. So, what's the response usually to those attacks?
Do I own 3 residences? Yeah, I do. I live here in Burlington, not in the middle class neighborhood. Guess what? I'm the United States Senate, and I own a home in Washington. Basically, both senators live there year after year. When I first went to, actually, when I was in Congress for 16 years, I rented all the time. When I got elected, okay, got a 6-year term. You know what? That's my house. So we bought a house, and guess what? Like many thousands of people in the state of Vermont, I have a summer camp. It's a nice one on Lake Champlain. That's it. Now, how did I get the money? You're right. I wrote 2 best-selling books, including this book on capitalism, the New York Times bestselling book, and also another book, Disease. And that's I make like $175,000 a year, and that's more or less I'm like the zillionaire that I am.
I should also mention that sometimes the word mansion is used, and I think your residences are quite modest.
So my houses, they're not middle class houses.
So when you started in politics, I read you were worth $1,100.
Not much.
Yeah, that much. That's right. Has the increase in wealth changed your ability to relate to the working class?
Well, that's a good question. Obviously, growing up in a working class family, has been maybe a singularly significant aspect of my politics. I grew up without money, and the family was up in control of the property working block. So that has impacted me. I'll tell you, I don't really give a damn about money. I drive a car that's 11 years old, and that's all. The money that you so much. Nobody in this money. I don't really like sports. Not be interested in it. But I'll tell you what has impacted me. My wife, who also grew up in a working class family, would say, we don't worry. You raise that issue. If we have to go to the doctor, our kids have to go to the doctor. We go to the doctor. It's bad. It's work. I used to use the time I can worry about how to pay my electric bill. I don't worry about that anymore. So what has happened, that stress, that economic stress, not worrying about a financial disaster, that's gone. And that is enormous. Maybe as much or more than any other member of the Senate, work hard, not only for but with working class people and channels and communities, laborers. We have been involved probably in dozens of strikes all over this country. So, I do my best. It's a very easy trap to fall into if you can get separated from ordinary people and their struggles. I try as long as I can.
Sometimes people say, can money buy happiness? I think I agree with you. That worry, sort of being able to fill up your car and not worry about how much it's going to cost, to be able to get food for dinner and not worry about how much it's going to cost. Or even, I've been poor most of my life. I've been fortunate to be someone who's had enough wealth to not worry about healthcare, have insurance, and be able to afford an emergency room visit. And that worry is just such a giant lift off your shoulders.
I think it's so good. I remember even and I saw this change in myself. When I used to go out, I do the grocery shop. My wife does all the cooking. I do the grocery shop. I used to look at prices again. I do that last night. I said, now it's about cost 50 cents more for this can. It's not so much. That's a luxury you have, but you don't have to worry about that. And I'm not worried about that. But your point is, again, to me, I don't like big fancy cars, big fancy homes. They'll go on. My wife will tell you we've not been on a real vacation for God knows how long. I work pretty hard. But the major thing about having money is honestly, but it's just what they say. I don't have to worry. If somebody in my family gets sick, I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about putting food on the table. Okay, so that's what money is.
Okay, let me ask you about the future of the Democratic Party. So one of the biggest impacts you've had is you've been the fuel, the catalyst for the increase of the progressive caucus, the progressive movement within the Democratic Party. Do you think that is the future? The progressives, even democratic socialist leaders will take over the party?
That is the most important question regarding, to my mind, American politics. One of the successes that we've had, and I'm proud to update Logos, is that if you go to the House of Representatives right now, you will see almost 100 members of the Progressive Caucus, led very well by a woman from Washington, Greenwood, Chad, who does a great job. You know, it's people like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, and many others. Many of them are young, often women, and many of them come from working class backgrounds. So what we have been able to do in recent years is elect a number of strong progressives who represent working families very, very effectively. The struggle in the Democratic Party is between the corporate wing and the progressive wing. And the corporate wing takes a whole lot of money, sees its salvation in getting a whole lot of money from wealthy individuals and large corporations, and is not very vigorous in my view in representing the needs of working class people. If they were, we would have health care for all. We would have a minimum wage that was a living wage. We would not have a housing crisis. We would not have a tax system in which billionaires pay an effective tax rate that is lower than a truck driver or a nurse. So I think one of the reasons that Trump has had political success is he's not so much his ideas. Most working class people don't think we should give tax breaks to billionaires or worry about the size of Army Palmer's genitalia. But they are angry. People are angry. And the Democrats have not responded effectively to that. So the struggle that we are waging right now is the future of the Democratic Party. Will it be a party of the working class and represent working class issues, whether you're black or white or Latino or Asian or whatever you may be? Or will it be a corporately dominated party? That's the struggle we're in.
Did you consider running in 2024? From my perspective, I would love to if you ran. I think you would have a great chance of winning not just the primary but the presidency.
I gave it about 5 minutes. And the reason was we have a slogan, the progressive movement is not about me, it's about us. And to have taken on Biden, who, in my view, on domestic issues, has been quite strong, would have really split the Democratic Party and laid the groundwork for easy Trump victory. And that I do not want. So sometimes in life, and I know that a lot of some people who don't agree with me, but you got to make choices which are right for you. So I strongly supported Biden because I like his domestic record. He's done some good things against a lot of opposition, and I'm supporting Kamala right now. But I'm doing my best to see that a dangerous guy like Donald Trump is not president.
And the hope for you is that there will be future candidates that are populist, that are progressive.
Yes.
Let me ask you about AOC. She's become one of the most influential voices for the progressive cause in the United States. You two had a great conversation on your podcast, and in general, you work together. So what's to you is most impressive?
I really like her. She is a young woman who comes from a working class background. And she helped her mother clean houses. She was a bartender in the Bronx, New York. And I'm proud that my campaign for president inspired her wrong. And she ran on a progressive working class. She took on one of the more powerful guys, Joe Crowley, who was pretty high up in the Democratic Party. And she knocked on door and no money. She did a very strong grassroots effort. And I appreciate that. So that's number one. I like what she stands for. She's incredibly smart. And she has that certain charisma that, maybe more women, maybe the one that I like. A couple of years ago, she came up here with me. She partner and I came up, and I was out in the street. People came saw her and they said, "Oh, Congresswoman," and she just smiled. And she had an approach to people which was beautiful, and it wasn't phony. It was real. But to be a politician, you got to know how to, you can be a great intellectual, but you can't relate to people. She relates well to people, and so I think both from the personality perspective, from an intellect perspective, from an ideological perspective, she helped create the Green New Deal concept. We need to create jobs. We transform our energy system away from fossil fuel, strong advocate for Medicare for all workers' rights. So I'm a big fan of that.
What do you think is the most powerful enduring impact you've had on American politics? Looking back, been at it for quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't know what to give you a singular answer. Who's mayor of the city, proud of what we accomplished here, proud of my accomplishments as a U.S. Senator, when COVID was devastating this country and we had a massive economic downturn. As chairman of the Budget Committee, I helped write the American Rescue Plan, which put a lot of money into people's pockets. We cut childhood poverty by 40% by providing a child tax credit. We kept hospitals going, we kept colleges going, kept people from getting evicted, helped get public health out there, people getting the vaccines. I'm proud of that. But at the end of the day, I think what I have shown is that the ideas, this gets back to the early part of this conversation, the ideas that I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. So Donald Trump is all Bernie Sanders is a far left, it's like I'm some kind of extremist coming up with ideas that nobody supports. Everything that I talk about, raising the healthcare law, the tax system which demands billionaires pay their fair share, those are all popular ideas, but people didn't know. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. Well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. And we got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't like it. They really don't. They want to tell you this is their main. This is how they succeed. When they say, Lexus, the world is the way it is. It always will be this way. We got the wealth. We got the power. And don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. You have. But they don't say it, but that's really what the end is. And what we showed is just that. Running an outsider campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we're talking about are the ideas that working class people want.
Yeah, you showed that it's possible. And that's an idea that will resonate for decades.
And out of that came dozens of candidates now in the House of Representatives, people on city council, people on state legislatures. We did.
So we mentioned about the worry of getting sick, the worry of life that many people in the working classes have to confront. But there's also the worry that we all experience of the finiteness of life. Do you ponder your own mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Well, when you're 83, it does come across.
All right.
Yeah, of course it does.
Are you afraid of it?
No, I'm not afraid of it. What I am afraid of, I think, is infirmity. I have been, I'm not going to this is good. Reasonably healthy with an exception of heart attack. But moving away, because my body failed me the very first time. Now this is like, so that was I have a great deal of compassion for people as we speak who are in nursing homes, with a hard time walking, maybe your mental agility is slipping a little bit. It's tough. That's what worries me. We all going to die. That's that. So I'm not afraid of that, but that aspect of getting older, that's concerning.
That side of your mind is as sharp as any politician that I've ever heard. And also just off mic, I should say that just the warmth that you radiate, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that most as a human being. You still got it after all that, after all those speeches.
Welcome.
After
How are
all
you?
those houses, after all of it, you just still the humility and just the sharpness, the wit is all there. So really, like I said, I wish you over the grand this year, but I also wish that there's future candidates.
And there will be. That's, yes, what my legacy. process of fighting for justice. That's a great thing.
What gives you hope about the future of this country, about the future of the world?
Sometimes one can become very cynical. You look at the terrible wars that are going on right now. You look at the divisiveness in this country, the ugliness, the poverty, you look at climate change. You get depressed from all of that. But I am lucky in this sense. I've had the opportunity. People often say, what's the funny place? I haven't keep going. And I remember, actually, it was in California where it really crystallized. There was a rally in the agricultural area in California. We did a rally in Sunset, thousands of people around. We looked around, and the young people, black and white, Latino, Asian American, huge cross section, they're holding people. They were holding money to make America a great, much better country. We moved back, and I see that time when I just got on the campaign trail. And you see great people, really beautiful people, who are not interested in becoming billionaires. They want to improve life of the people in this country. So, I am grateful. It sounds like a platitude. It's like every politician says, oh, blah, 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 blah. But when you go out around the country, you go to Native American reservations, you go to factories, and you see so many wonderful people. I have been able to see things that many others have in every state in the country. And that is why.
I share their optimism, I share your optimism. Bernie, I've been a fan for a long time. It's a great honor to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for what you do. Let me just say a word. You're good. Compliments you. I think there is a growing dissatisfaction with corporate media. And not because it's fake news that the reports lie over them, that's nonsense. But I think people want to hear folks really talk about in a calm manner about some of the very important issues which are not discussed in corporate media that has to give us another to them. So I thank you very much. It's a very important service to the country.
And thank you from a mayor perspective for creating a wonderful town. I look forward to looking at the fall leaves, walking around
They
tonight.
quite great relief.
Yeah.
They great some other things.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernie. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bernie Sanders. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Aristotle. The real difference between democracy and oligarchy is poverty and wealth. Wherever men rule by reason of their wealth, whether few or many, that is an oligarchy. And where the poor rule, that is democracy. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time. The big question for me in that timeline is why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization? The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist, the author. For over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Mission to Apocalypse, the sexism of which has just been released, and is focused on the distant past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar, I love talking to our podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history. Our distant past is full of mysteries, and I find it truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream for the various disciplines involved. This is the Let's People podcast, and now, dear friends, here's Graham. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before, and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have the highest possible level to describe it. It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are told about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans are not the only humans. I mean, we have the flowers from 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. There were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. Again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel Hood in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the cranium, it looks like they have the same brains that we do, the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago. And then it became 196,000 years ago with the findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why did we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what is selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture, and by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, round about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when Roman workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly, they're the work of an already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture, and that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is called Rabbi, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And that raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, you get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world we have this sudden upsurge of civilization preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization. And yet, certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling, very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that event that we start seeing this, what are taken to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to have proved that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory. I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it. It's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilizations popped up in different places of the globe, with a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley Civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the history. And they don't just pop up; they kind of build up gradually. First, there's some settlement.
Oh, definitely, yes.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture in that is also not obvious, but it's just there's first a kind of settlement and stabilization of where the people are living, then they start using agriculture, then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that we're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of the lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers, to anomalies that have been seen underwater. By the time that book was finished, I thought actually I'd done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more to say about it, and I turned in another direction. And I wrote a book called Supernatural: Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, recently retitled Visionary, and that was fundamentally about the role of psychedelics in the evolution of human culture. And I didn't think that I would go back to the lost civilization issue. But Göbekli Tepe in Turkey kept on forcing itself upon me. And more discoveries there, 11,600 a day from Enclosure D, which is the two largest megalithic pillars. And I reached a point where I realized I have to get back in. I have to get back in the water, and I have to investigate this again. And Göbekli Tepe was a game changer, but I think it's a game changer for everything, because Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary nature, we're looking at a major megalithic site, which is at least 5,500 years older than, say, Gigantea in Malta, which was previously considered to be the oldest site in the world. And this led, of course, to a huge amount of interest and attention, both from the Turkish government, who see the tourism potential of having the world's oldest megalithic site and from archaeologists. And this in turn has led to exploration and excavation throughout the region. And what they're finding throughout that whole region, throughout the and going down into Syria and further down into the Jordan Valley as far as Jericho, and even across a bit of the Mediterranean into Cyprus, is what Turkish archaeologists are now calling the Task-Capital civilization. They're calling it a civilization, the Stone Hills civilization, with very definite identifying characteristics: semi-subterranean circular structures, the use of T-shaped megalithic pillars, sometimes not anywhere near as big as those of Göbekli Tepe. It's clear that Göbekli Tepe now was not the beginning of this process. It was actually, in a way, the end of this process. It was the summation of everything that Stone Hills civilization had achieved. But what is becoming clear is that this is a period before the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. As far as we know, that date of 11,600 years ago is the oldest date for Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a lot of Göbekli Tepe still underground, so we can't say for sure that that's the oldest, but it's the oldest so far excavated. What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there, something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas, and this is where these two dates are really important. The Younger Dryas, round the figures off, begins around 12,800 years ago, and it ends around 11,600 years ago. So Göbekli Tepe's construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, if they don't find all the materials, marks the end of the Younger Dryas. But the beginning of the Younger Dryas, we're already seeing the stirrings of the kind of culture that manifests in full form at Göbekli Tepe. And after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, we see agriculture beginning to be adopted. The people who created Göbekli Tepe were all hunter foragers at the beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was finished, and it was definitely deliberately finished, closed off, closed down, deliberately buried, covered with earth, covered with rubble, and then topped off with a hill, which is why Göbekli Tepe is called what it is. Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill, or the hill of the navel. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be just a hill that looked a bit like a pot-belly.
Can you say how it was discovered? I think it's one of the most fascinating points on Earth, period. So maybe can you say what it is and how it was discovered?
Well, Göbekli Tepe is, first of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic site that we know of anywhere in the world. It doesn't mean older ones won't be found, but it is the oldest so far found. The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013. Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site for over a period of 3 days. And he explained to me that they've already used ground penetrating radar on the site, and they know that there's much more Göbekli Tepe still underground. So anything is possible in terms of the dating of Göbekli Tepe. But what we have at the moment is a series of almost circular, but not quite circular enclosures, which are walled with relatively small stones. And then inside them, you have pairs of megalithic pillars. And the archetypal part of that is enclosure D, which contains the two largest upright megaliths, about 18 feet tall and reckoned to weigh somewhere in the range of 20 tons, if I have my memory correct. They're substantial, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can't do that, and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure. So that's not the mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this new form of architecture, this massive megalithic pillars here. And the pillars, one of the things that interests me about the pillars is their alignment. And there is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius, and the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other inclusions, which are all oriented in slightly different directions. It was the work entirely of hunter foragers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced and was taking place there. Now you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The answer to that is that there was a survey of that pot-bellied hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists, and they were absolutely looking for Stone Age material, for material from the Paleolithic. And they had found some Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like a good place to look. But then they noticed, sticking out of the side of the hill, some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and very finely cut stone. And looking at that, the workmanship was so good that those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age. And they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains. And they abandoned the site and never looked at it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, and particularly Klaus Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig at Göbekli Tepe, that they realized what they found, that they found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they found it as a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture, at any rate in Europe and Western Asia, begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there.
And yet the understanding is it was created by hunter-gatherers.
It was created by there was no agriculture 11,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, and I use that word, it was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture with people who knew how to cultivate plants.
Do we have an understanding when it was turned into if I could say, a time capsule? So protected by forming a mound around it? Is it around that similar time?
It stood from roughly 11,600 years ago to about 10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years it was there, and it continued to be elaborated as a site. And while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture. I'm going to use the word being introduced. There'd been no sign of it before, and suddenly it's there. And to me, that's another of the mysteries about Göbekli Tepe. And then, with the new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which spreads across an enormous distance. The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there always seems to be a decline. Things fall down again. And then we enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic, thousands of years, gradual developments, until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root. Actually, one other thing, I'll just say this in passing. When I talk about a lost civilization introducing ideas to people, I'm often accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey. And that Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture. It was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who progressed. So the notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists as it is.
And perhaps you should also state, if you look at the entirety of history of hominids, humans or hominids have been explored. I didn't even know this when I was preparing for this. Looking at Homo erectus, 1.9 million years ago. Almost right away, they spread out through the whole world. And we, Homo sapiens, evolved from them. And we should also mention, as we're talking about the controversial debates going on, as I understand, there's still debates about the dynamics of all that was going on there, like you mentioned in Africa. That I think the current understanding didn't come from one particular point of Africa, that there's multiple locations.
Mm-hmm. This is the out of Africa theory. I think it's more than a theory. It's really strongly evidence. Why? Because we're part of the Great Ape family, and it's an African family. There's no doubt that human beings, deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly say, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species that are likely ancestral to anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus and the astonishingly distant travels that they undertook. Yes, I think there is an edge to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an edge to find out what's around the next corner, what's over the brow of the next hill. And I think that goes very deep into human character, and I think it was being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore, spread, and try out different environments, why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop complicated society settlements?
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it didn't take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which wait to be discovered. And of course, there are huge parts of the world that have not been studied at all by archaeology. But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000-year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around the world. They're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas, as well as just a history of things. Because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the human story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul. What happens to us when we die? And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do think about. What happens? I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I really know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for human beings all around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way, that it makes a journey along the Milky Way, but there it is confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates. The course of the life that person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. And this idea, the path of souls, the Milky Way is called the path of souls, is very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico, through to North America, but it's also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia, the same idea. And I don't feel that can be a coincidence. I feel that what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around the world, and then has taken on a life of its own in those cultures. So the remote common source would explain both the similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precession of the equinoxes. At least I think that's the best thing to explain. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Herta von Deschen. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of history of science actually at MIT, where we're based back in the 60s. And Herta von Deschen was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they wrote an immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly from established opinion on the issue of the phenomenon of precession. And I'll explain what precession is in a moment. Generally, it's held that it was the Greeks who discovered the precession. And the dating on that is put back not very far, maybe 2,300 years ago or so. Santillana and Vandeshan are pointing out that knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older than that, and they do actually trace it. I think I'm quoting them pretty much correctly, to some almost unbelievable ancestral civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into this mystery in the first place. Okay, now, the precession of the equinoxes, to give it its good name, results from the fact that our planet is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis, roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And so if you imagine the extended North Pole of the Earth pointing up at the sky, in our time, it's pointing at the star Polaris, and that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended North Pole of the Earth points at empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, 12 constellations of the zodiac, that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we are seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise into the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces. And it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. This is another area where I differ from archaeology. I think that constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year, certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time of Ramesses before. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth, backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun on the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, and it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 26,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be a convention. Some scholars would say it was a bit less than that, a bit more, but you're talking fractions. It's in that area, 25,920 years. And to observe it, you really need more than 1 because it unfolds very, very slowly at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And the parallel that I often give is hold your finger up to the horizon, the distant horizon. The movement in one lifetime, in a period of 72 years, is about the width of your finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient culture, the culture that Santillana and Dashan call some almost unbelievable ancestor culture, worked out the entire process of precession and selected the key numbers of precession, of which the most important number, the governing number, is the number 72. But we also have numbers related to the number 72. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were 72 conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt and nailing him up in a wooden coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rig Veda. 432,000 is a multiple of 72. At Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom, and on that bridge you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vasuki. And what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. The same metaphor of churning and turning is defined in the story of how it's built and what is there. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 is 72 plus 36. It's a precessional number, according to the work that Santiago and Bangladesh did. And the fascination with this number system and its discovery all around the world is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggests to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down, probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, but then was spread out very, very widely around the world.
So one of the defining ways that you approach the study of human history, in contrast with mainstream archaeology, is you take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously.
I do, as I believe the ancients did.
I think it's important to sort of consider what humans would have thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media, we can watch videos on YouTube, whatever. But back then, especially before sort of electricity, the stars is like the sexiest thing to talk about.
There's no light pollution.
There's no light pollution, so you're spending
Majesty of the heaven.
every single night spending looking up at the stars. And you can imagine there's a lot of sort of status value to being a guy who's very good at studying the stars.
Yeah.
And sort of the scientists of the day.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge. They're able to do two things. One, tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars. And then also, as we'll probably talk about, use the stars practically for navigation, for example.
Oh yeah.
So like, it makes sense that the stars have primal importance for the ideas of the times, for status, the religious explorations.
It was an ever-present reality, yes, and it was bright, and it was brilliant, and it was full of lights. It's inconceivable that the ancients would not have paid attention to it. It was an overwhelming presence. And that's one of the reasons why I'm really confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac were recognized much earlier, because it's hard to miss when you pay attention to the sky that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is month by month rising against the background of different constellations. And then there's a much longer process, precession, which takes that journey backwards, and where we have a period of 2,160 years for each side of the zodiac. I think it would have been hard for the ancients to have missed that. They might not have identified the constellations in exactly the same way we do today. That may well be a Babylonian or Greek convention, but that the constellations were there, I think is very clear. That they were special constellations, unlike other ones higher up in the sky, which were not on the path of the sun, that people paid attention to.
Well, but the text of the procession of the equinox is hard, because especially they don't have any writing systems, they don't have any mathematical systems, so everything's told through words.
Yeah, they have, let's not underestimate oral traditions. Oral traditions, that's something we've lost in our culture today. It's one of the things that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt about the god of wisdom, who's very proud of himself because he has invented writing. Look at this gift, he says to mythical pharaoh of that time. Look at the gift that I am giving humanity. Writing this wonderful thing that will enable you to preserve so much that you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in the story replies to him, no, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed the art of memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice to set them into context. And actually, that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information for very long. One thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories.
Yeah.
We love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle. And as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. And I do think this is part of the story of the presidential environment.
But that's one of the reasons that you take myths seriously.
I take them very seriously. And the other, many reasons, but I can't help being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global capitalism within human memory. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many cataclysms in the past, going back millions of years. I mean, the best known one, of course, is the KPG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But has there been such a cataclysm in the lifetime of the human species? Yeah, the Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad. But a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swallowing up of lands that previously had been above water. And I think it's an excellent candidate for this worldwide tradition of the global cataclysm, of which one of, but not the only, distinguishing characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and submergence of lands that had previously been above water underwater. The fact that this story is found all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanations, look, people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida, but I don't think anybody in Florida is going to make the mistake of putting it as a global flood. They know it's local, but that's the argument largely of archaeology dealing with the flood myths. That some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event, and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not persuaded by that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur, and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the metafauna of the ice age.
So there's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides an explanation of what happened during this period that resulted in such a rapid environmental change. And can you explain this hypothesis?
Yeah. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, widened by age for sure, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it off. It's the work of more than 60 major scientists working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. And they are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas, and by the fact that it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer in the Earth. You can see it most clearly at very springs in Arizona, for example. You can see it's about the width of a human hand, and there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding at some time, and that draw has revealed the sides of the draw. You can see the cross section. And in the cross-section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the air. And it contains evidence of wildfires. There's a lot of soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. There is shocked quartz in it. There is quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspherules. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Here's the Walter Alvarez who made that incredible discovery. Initially, their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Younger Dryas is. There was no crater, and for a long time they were disbelieved because they couldn't produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried Chicxulub crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, they have to be right. But they weren't relying on the crater, they were relying on the impact proxies. They're the same impact proxies that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world. So it's the fact that at the moment when the Earth tips into a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. We've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly, around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global plunge in global temperatures, and the world suddenly gets as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age, and it's almost literally overnight. It's very, very, very bad. Normally, in an epoch when the Earth is going into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise, but there is a sea level rise somewhere right at the beginning of the early dryas. And then you have this long frozen period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then, equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end, and the world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last of the glaciers collapse into the sea, called meltwater pulse, roughly 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period when we know that human populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called clothes culture of North America vanished entirely from the record during the Younger Dryas, and it's the time when the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers vanished from the record as well.
Is there a good understanding of what happened geologically, whether there was an impact or not? Like what explains this huge dip in temperature and then rise in temperature?
The abrupt cessation of the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. The main theory that's been put forward up to now, and I don't dispute that theory at all, is that the sudden freeze was caused by the cutting off of the Gulf Stream, basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet. So no wonder it became cool. But what's not really been addressed before is why that happened, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went into the North Ocean, and it was so much of it, and it was so cold it actually stopped the Gulf Stream in its tracks. And that's where the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a very elegant and very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists working on it are, for example, Bill Napier, an astrophysicist and astronomer. They have assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas impact events was what we now call the Tauride meteor stream, which the Earth still passes through twice a year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth for a couple of days to pass through it on its orbit. It passes through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the Tauride meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system around about 20,000 years ago, came in from the Oort cloud, got trapped by the sun, and went into orbit around the sun, an orbit that crossed the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of a collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split and disintegrate and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider and wider. And the theory is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the Tauride meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all around the planet, certainly from the west of North America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large not talking about impacts that would have caused craters, although there certainly were some. We're talking about airbursts. When an object is 100 or 150 meters in diameter and it's coming in very fast into the Earth's atmosphere, it is very unlikely to reach the Earth. It's going to blow up in the sky. The best known recent example of that is the Tunguska event in Siberia, which took place on the 30th of June 1908. The Tunguska event was nobody disputes. It was definitely an airburst of a cometary fragment. And the date is interesting because the 30th of June is the height of the beta torrents. It's one of the 2 times when the Earth is going through the meteor stream. Well, luckily that part of Siberia wasn't inhabited. The 2,000 square miles of forest were destroyed. If that had happened over a major city, we would all be thinking very hard about objects out of the Taurine meteor stream and about the risk of cosmic impact. So the suggestion is that it wasn't one impact, it wasn't 2 impacts, it wasn't 3 impacts, it was hundreds of airbursts all around the planet, coupled under the bigger objects, which the scientists working on this think hit the North American ice cap largely. Some of them may also have hit the Northern European ice cap, resulting in that sudden, otherwise unexplained flood of meltwater that went into the world ocean and caused the cooling that then took place. But this was a disaster for life all over the planet. And it's interesting that one of the sites where they find the Dryas boundary, and where they find the overwhelming evidence of an airburst, and where they find all the shock quartz and carbon microspherules, the moon diamonds, the trinitite, and so on and so forth, all of those impact proxies are found in that area. That was a settlement within 150 miles of Quebec City, and it was hit 12,800 years ago, and it was obliterated. Interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings within probably 5 years, but it was completely obliterated at that time. And it's difficult to imagine that the people who lived in that area would have been very impressed by what they saw happening, by these massive explosions in the sky and the obliteration of Abaku there. Now, this is a theory. The Younger Dryas impact, it's a hypothesis, actually. It's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level than a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And of course, it has many opponents, and there are many who disagree with it. There have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. One, I think, was in 2011. It was called a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And there's one just been published a few months ago, a year ago, called a complete refutation of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, something like that. It's a lengthy title. So it's a hypothesis that has its opponents, and even within those of us who are looking at the alternative side of history, there are different points of view. Robert from Boston University, the geologist who demonstrated that the erosion on the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad, but there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive, which most effectively explains all the evidence.
How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of the Ice Age advanced civilization? So is it possible to have another explanation for environmental factors that could have erased most of an advanced civilization during this period?
In a sense, it's not the impact hypothesis that is central to what I'm saying. It's the Younger Dryas that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required a trigger. Something caused it. I think the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the notion that we're looking at a debris stream of a fragmented comet, we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there, we still pass through it twice a year, is the best explanation. But I don't mind other explanations. It's good that there are other explanations. The Younger Dryas is a big mystery. It's not a mystery that's been solved yet. And that word advanced civilization, this is another word that is easily misunderstood. I've tried to make clear many times that when we consider the possibility of something like a civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us, that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, but that it would have achieved certain things. So amongst the clues that intrigue me are those precessional numbers that are found all around the world, and are a category of ancient maps called portolanos. which suddenly started to appear just after the crusade that entered Constantinople and sacked Constantinople. The Portolanos suddenly start to appear. They're extremely accurate maps. Most of the ones that have survived are extremely accurate maps of the Mediterranean alone, but some of them show much wider areas. For example, on these Portolano-style maps, you do find a depiction of Antarctica again and again. And another thing that these maps have in common is that many of the map makers state that they base their maps on multiple older source maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitudes. Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid-18th century with Harrison's chronometer, which was able to keep accurate time at sea. So you could have the time in London and you could have the local time at sea at the same time. And then you could work out your longitude. There might be other ways of working out longitude as well, but there it is. The fact is, these Portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitude. Secondly, some of them show the world, to my eye, as it looked during the Ice Age. They show a much extended Indonesia and Malaysian peninsula. A series of islands that make up Indonesia today are all grouped together into one landmass. And that was the case during the Ice Age. That was the Sunda Shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me and is not satisfactorily explained in my view by archaeology, which says, oh, those map makers, they felt that the world needed something underneath it to balance it, so they put a fictional landmass there. I don't think that makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world during the last Ice Age, but that doesn't mean that they had outcome of it. It means that they were following that exploration instinct, that they knew how to navigate. They'd been watching the stars for thousands of years before. They knew how to navigate, and they knew how to build seagoing ships. And they explored the world, and they mapped the world. Those maps were made a very, very long time ago. Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied and recopied. We don't know exactly what happened to the Library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed. I suggest it's likely this was during the period of the Roman Empire. I suggest it's likely that some of those maps were taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople, and that's where they were liberated during the Crusade and entered world culture again and started to be copied and recopied. So, from this perspective, when we talk about advanced Ice Age civilization, it could have been a relatively small group of people with the technology of their scholars of the stars and their expert seafaring navigators. Yes, that's about as far as I can take it. And when I say that, as I have said on a number of occasions, that it had technology equivalent to ours in the 18th century, I'm referring specifically to the ability to calculate longitude. I'm not saying that they were built steam engines. I don't see any evidence for that.
And perhaps some building tricks and skills of how to
Definitely. This again is where you come to a series of mysteries which are perhaps best expressed on the and the extraordinary negative temples that many people don't pay much attention to on the Giza Plateau and Great Sphinx itself. This is an area of particular importance in understanding this issue.
Well, can you actually describe the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids and what you find most mysterious and interesting about them?
Well, first of all, the astronomy. And here I must pay tribute to two individuals, actually three individuals in particular. One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had been. Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Socrates, who'd noticed what he thought was water erosion on the body of the Sphinx. John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and at the strange scallops, erosion patterns, and the vertical fissures, particularly in the trenching on the Sphinx, he began to think maybe Schwaller was right. Maybe there was some sort of flooding here. And that's when he brought Robert Schoch, the second person I'd like to recognize, geologist at Boston University. He brought Shock to Giza, and Shock, geologist, stick his neck out, risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Shock's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continuously pushed that back, and he's now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Early Dryas, for the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. The Sahara was a completely different place during the Ice Age. There were rivers in it, there were lakes in it, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated, and there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain. The next person, not enough rain to cause that erosion damage on the Sphinx. And the next person who needs to be mentioned in this context is Robert Bauval. Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection. And I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his work. But Robert is the genius. And it does take a genius sometimes to make these connections, because nobody noticed it before, that the 3 pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you can find any buildings that lie along whatever stars you want, but Orion actually isn't any old constellation. Orion was the god Osiris in the sky. He was the ancient Egyptian called the Orion constellation Saru, and they recognize it as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So what's being copied on the ground is the belt of a deity, of a celestial deity. It's not just a random constellation. And then when we take precession into account, we find something else very intriguing. First of all, you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely related to how Orion's belt looked at that time. There's a bit of a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Younger Dryas, you find that suddenly they lock perfectly. They match perfectly with the 3 pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment that the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial monument, aligned perfectly to the rising sun on the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March, be there before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you will see the sun rising directly on the base of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation was behind the Sphinx? 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually, the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. I and my colleagues are pretty sure that the Sphinx was originally a line in time, and that over the thousands of years, it became damaged, it became eroded, particularly the part of it that sticks out the head. There were periods when the Sphinx was completely covered in sand, but still the head stuck out. By the time you come to the 4th dynasty, when the Great Pyramids are supposedly built, by the time you come to the 4th dynasty, the head of the original lion head, would have been a complete mess. And we suggest that it was then recarved into a pharaonic head. Egyptologists think it was the pharaoh Khafre, but there's no real strong resemblance. But it's definitely wearing the Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. And we think that that's a result of a recarving of what was originally not only a lion-bodied, but also a lion-headed monument. It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker. It's 270 feet long and 70 feet high. It's looking directly at the rising sun on the equinox. If you create it then, you would be better. You'd be more likely to create it in the shape of a bull, because that was the age of Taurus, when the constant Taurus holds the sun at the spring equinox. So why is it a line? And again, we think that's because of that observation of the stars and putting on the ground as above, so that we're putting on the ground an image of the sky at a particular time. Now, the fact that the Giza Plateau, it's a fact, of course, that Egyptologists completely dispute, but the fact that the principal monuments of the Giza Plateau, the three Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, all lock astronomically on the date of around 10,500 BC, to me is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look at computer software in the sky at that time, you'll see that the Milky Way is very prominent and seems to be mirrored on the ground by the River Nile. I suggest that may be one of the reasons amongst many why Giza was chosen as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design on the ground which memorializes a very ancient date does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, we were there 4,500 years ago, and there's a time 8,000 years before that, which is very, very, very important to you. You could use astronomical language in megalithic architecture to memorialize that date on the Giza Plateau, which is what we think we're looking at, except for one thing, and that's the erosion patterns on the Sphinx. And we're pretty sure that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Valley Temple, which stands just to the east and just to the south of the Sphinx, and the Sphinx Temple, which stands directly in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx Temple is largely been destroyed, but the Valley Temple, attributed to Khafre on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet, it has been remodeled, refaced with granite. There are granite blocks that are placed on top of the core limestone blocks. And those core limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposefully and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion marks on the, we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated site. I would never seek to divorce the dynastic ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramids. They were closely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramids as we see them today. But what I do suggest is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation and a restoration and an enhancement of much older structures that had existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill, and that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the idea that the Sphinx was there long before the pyramids, and the pyramids were built by the Egyptians to celebrate further an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms in place where the pyramids stand. Not the pyramids as we see them today, but the base of those pyramids was already in place.
So what's the case? What's the evidence that the Egyptologists use to make the attributions that they do for the dating of the pyramids and the Sphinx?
Well, the three Great Pyramids of Giza are different from the other pyramids. This is another problem that I have with the whole thing. Is the story of pyramid building, when did it really begin? The timeline that we get from Egyptology is the first pyramid is the pyramid of the pharaoh Zoser, the step pyramid of Saqqara, about 100 years or so before the Giza pyramids were built. And then we have this explosion in the fourth dynasty of true pyramids. We have three of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Snefru, who built supposedly the pyramid at Nidur and the two pyramids at Dashur, the bent and the red pyramid. And then within that same 100-year span, we have the Giza pyramids being built. This is according to the Orthodox chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza project is finished, pyramid building goes into a massive slump in ancient Egypt. And the pyramids of the fifth dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very inferior constructions. You can hardly recognize them as pyramids at all. But what happens when you inside them is you find that they're extensively covered in hieroglyphs and imagery, repeating the name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids have no internal inscriptions whatsoever. What we do have is one piece of graffiti about which there is some controversy. Basic statistics, it's a 6 million ton structure. Each side is about 750 feet long. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. So 60ths because degrees are divided into 60s. It's the precision of the orientation and the absolute massive size of the thing. Plus, it's very complicated internal passageways that are involved in it. In the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab caliph who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrances in the north face. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of workers, and they went in with sledgehammers and they started smashing what he thought would be the entrance. And they cut their way into the Great Pyramid for a distance of maybe 100 feet. And then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big falling, and they realized there was a cavity there, and they started heading in that direction. And then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid that people can walk in slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So we know mathematicians were at work as well as geometers in the creation of the Great Pyramid. If you go up the Grand Gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called Queen's Chamber, you go up the Grand Gallery, you're eventually going to come to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus is a little bit too big to have been got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the King's Chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relieving chambers. The theory was that they would go to relieve the pressure on the King's Chamber of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, where more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. In the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Vyse, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found, well, he claims he found a piece of graffiti left by a work gang naming the pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I've been in that chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Vyse actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, but it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the work of Khufu. Another is what is called the Wadi al-Jafar, where on the Red Sea, a diary called Merer was found. It's about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. And it's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the facing stones of the Great Pyramid during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid and in a big way, but I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean chamber, which is a 130-degree base of the Great Pyramid. Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia will not enjoy being down there. You've got to go down a 26-degree sloping corridor until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you've got to walk distance. You're not walk, you're going to ape walk. You're almost going to have to crawl. I've learned from long experience that this day to go down these corridors is actually backwards. If you go forward, you keep bumping your head on them because they're only 3 feet high, which is high. You get down to the bottom, you have a short horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. Theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out that 300-foot long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passed through bedrock, having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, gone to all that trouble, they decided they would bury him there. And they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber as a burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber. And that's where the Pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders under Caliph Mahmud didn't find anything in the graveyard. Your idea is that the Sphinx and maybe some aspects of the pyramid were much earlier, and why that's important is in that case it would be evidence of some transfer of technology, yes, from a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Younger Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they desperately scattered across the globe, seeking refuge, and telling stories of maybe one, the importance of the stars, their knowledge about the stars, and their knowledge about building and knowledge about navigation. That's roughly the idea. So it's interesting that the ancient Egyptians have a notion of an epoch that they call Zet Tepi, which is the first time. It means the first time. This is when the gods walked the earth. This is when 7 sages brought wisdom to ancient Egypt. And that is seen as the origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. There are king lists by the ancient Egyptians themselves. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years into the past in ancient Egypt, considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists, but nevertheless it's interesting that there's that reference to remote time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Mekhen are another one of these mysterious secret society groups who are possessors of knowledge that they transmit to the future. And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the infra-building text as 7 sages, because that repeats again and again. It's also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 of Kalu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people all the skills of agriculture and of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world that there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge in Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived in Giza at that time and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time. And that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secretive groups that passed it down over thousands of years. And finally it bursts into full form in the 4th dynasty in ancient Egypt. And the notion that knowledge might be transferred over thousands of years shouldn't be absurd. We know, for example, in the case of ancient Israel, it goes back to the time of Abraham, which is pretty much, I think, around 2000 BC. And knowledge has been preserved from that time right up to the present day. So if you can preserve knowledge for 4,000 years, you can probably preserve it for 8.
Now, of course, the error bars on this are quite large, but if an advanced Ice Age civilization existed, where do you think it was? Where do you think we might find it one day, if it existed? And how big do you think it might have been?
Well, this is where I'm often accused of presenting the God of the Gaps argument. I think there was a lost civilization because there's lots of the earth that archaeologists have never looked at. Of course, I'm not thinking that. These are very special gaps that I'm interested in. And I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and the puzzlement that I've expressed to you before. It's not just because there are gaps in the archaeological record. It's because those gaps involve places that were very interesting places to live during the Ice Age. And they specifically include the Sahara Desert, which was not a desert during the Ice Age, and through this warm, wet period, but it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara, but it's fractional, it's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, the true origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of ancient Egypt, we need to be looking in the Sahara for that. The Amazon rainforest is another example of this. I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The Amazon that's left of the dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers, maybe closer to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established that sea level rose by 400 feet, but it didn't rise by 400 feet overnight. It came in drips and drabs. There were periods of very rapid, quite significant sea level rise, and there were periods where the sea level was rising much more slowly. So that 400-foot sea level rise is spread out over a period of 10,000 years, but there are episodes within it, like meltwater pulse 1b, like meltwater pulse 1a, when the flooding was really immense.
How big do you think your planet is? And do you think it was spread across the globe? So if there were expert navigators, do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason that I'm talking about the gaps is I don't know where this civilization started or where it was based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me, which suggest to me that something is missing from our past. And I'm not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe, because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice Age. I mean, nobody smart would build a civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was a hideous frozen wasteland. The places to look are places that were hospitable and welcoming to human beings during the Ice Age. And that, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert, and of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates for quote-unquote my lost civilization. And because I think, largely from those ancient maps, that it was a navigating, seafaring civilization, I suspect that it wasn't only in one place. It was probably in a number of places. And then I can only speculate. Maybe there was a cultural value where it was felt that it was not appropriate to interfere with the lives of hunter foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their distance from them. Just as even today, there is a feeling that we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although, interestingly, some of those tribes are now using cell phones. That possibility may have been there in the past, and only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually to take refuge amongst those hunter-forager populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not claiming that it's a fact, but for me it helps to explain the evidence.
So that speaks to one of the challenges that archaeologists provide to this idea, is that there is a lot of evidence of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right. Very tiny percent. And even a tiny percent of every archaeological site is studied by archaeologists. Typically 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is excavated.
I mean, that's why Göbekli Tepe fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing as a time capsule. You know, it's almost certain that there's places on Earth we haven't discovered that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history. Do you think there is going to be a place, like what will be your dream thing to discover, like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history?
Some kind of archive, some kind of hall of records There's both mystical associations with the Hall of Records of Giza from people like the Casey organization. There's also ancient traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the Sphinx. This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt, it's quite present. So far as I know, nobody has dug down beneath the Sphinx. And of course, there's very good reasons for that. I don't want to damage the place too much, but let's call it the Hall of Records. I'd love to find that. But I think, in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. It's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the three great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago. So, Pillar 43 in Enclosure D of Göbekli Tepe contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical diagram. Martin Sweatman at Edinburgh University is brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on Pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today, and that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation that we call Sagittarius. And on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time when the sun was at the center of the dark earth of the Milky Way at the summer solstice 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. And it's interesting that the same date can be deduced from Pillar 43. Of course, it's controversial. Martin Sweatman's ideas are by no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this, and I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. If that dating of 11,600 years ago proved to be absolutely overstated, as it is at present. The date memorialized on Pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, beginning of the Younger Dryness, the beginning of the impact. Okay. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It draws out, it uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and the profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script that we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Island script. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. If you use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you a date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, and that star map is part of an exhibition that was put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes the sky above the Hoover Dam at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, said so specifically that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the dam's construction. So you can use astronomy and architecture to memorialize thinking of it.
Quick pause. Battenberg?
Sounds good?
So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct, and the one here constructed is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere. You place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa, Homo sapiens, how you think about the world. That's super interesting. And then there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas, but that means that there's so much undiscovered still about sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I I think that I can't speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large platform. And that's I found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase in my exposure. I wasn't very interested to them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992, a book called The Sign and the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appeared to have been regarded as a threat to them. Right? And that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. It had nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. It's certainly not dangerous. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology if this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain, being viewed and seen by large and read by large numbers of people. Maybe that was part of the problem. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas and Kim Bickle, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. And John Hoops just recently started his YouTube channel. Kim Bickle has had one for quite a while. Pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the global attention, and that it's not right that I am. And that the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get me cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from documentary to science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest. That would, if that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under the documentary. So it was a deliberate to shut it down. I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards that. I hit back. Well, after 30 years of these attacks on my work, I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself. And sometimes I'm perhaps over-vigorous. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in my critique of archaeology in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. Maybe I should have been changed. And I've tried to reflect that in the second season, and to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I got a chance to get a glimpse of the archaeology community, and in archaeology, in science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity that I think your work inspires in people. So that's why people like Ed Barhart, who I recently had a conversation with, he radiates some kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human histories, it inspires people. It inspires millions of people to ask a question. I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past, and very, very interested in it. And he's bringing to it questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for every man.
So, given that, can you maybe steelman the case that archaeologists make about this period that we've been talking about? Can you make the case that
indeed what happened is there's hunter-gatherers for a long time, and then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in human history with the Young Dryas, and that changed the environment and then led to the springing up of civilizations in different places on Earth. Can you sort of make the case for that?
But no, I completely understand why that is the position, because that's what they found. Archaeology is very much wishing to define itself as a science, and it uses the techniques of weighing and measuring and counting are very key to what archaeology does. And in what they've found, what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that, and besides, we live in a very politically correct world today. It's the idea that some kind of lost civilization, broad knowledge to other cultures around the world is seen as almost racist or colonialist in some way. It triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think the majority of archaeologists are in pretty good faith on this. I don't think that anybody's really seeking a frame. I think that what we're hearing from most archaeologists, some much more vicious than others, but what we're hearing from most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence for a lost civilization. To that, I must reply, please look at the myths. Please consider the implications of the Younger Dryas. Please look at the ancient astronomy. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them. And for God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age and that have hardly been studied by archaeology at all, before you tell us that your theory is the only one that can possibly be correct. In fact, it's a very arrogant and silly position of archaeology, because archaeological theories are always difficult. It can take years, it can take decades. It took decades in the case of whoever's first hypothesis of the settlement of the characters. But sooner or later, a bad idea will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that idea does not explain.
If we could just look back at your debate with different Joe Rogan experience, what are some takeaways to that? What have you learned? Maybe what are some things you like about when you said that he's one of your big critics? But what do you like about his ideas, and what were you maybe bothered by?
First of all, just very recently, I found on my YouTube channel and that signaled on my website, I have made a video that runs about an hour, which looks at a series of statements that Flynn made during the debate, which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct. The notion, for example, that there were 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flint actually uses the word mapped, 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate, and I've put that clip into the video that I thought of. That is not a fact, that is an estimate, a UNESCO estimate. And actually, in the small print on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never expresses that word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than watching it wouldn't even have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio, didn't see the word estimate either. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flint has a point here. If there have been 3 million shipwrecks found and mapped, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost civilization of the Ice Age is a problem. But then I discovered that it isn't 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. It's much, much less than that. Maybe it's 250,000. Still a large number, but most of them from the last 1,000 years. And unfortunately, what Flint didn't go into, and perhaps he should have shared with the audience, and again I go into this in the video, is that there is indisputable evidence that human beings were seafarers as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago in Australia. It's relatively short, 90 kilometers, 100 kilometer ocean voyage, but nevertheless it was an ocean voyage, and it must have involved a large enough number of people to create a permanent population that wouldn't go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was always an island even during the Ice Age. And no ships have survived that speed to the settlement of Australia, and no ships have survived the speed to the settlement of Cyprus either. But that doesn't mean that that thing didn't happen.
I just like linger on this because for me it was the shipwrecks thing was convincing. And then looking back, first of all watching your video, but also just realizing the people in Australia are that's mind-boggling. 50,000 years ago. Just imagine being a person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out into the ocean in a harsh environment, and deciding that, you know what, I'm going to go towards near certain death. And
I don't know what's on the other side of that water. You can't see 90 kilometers.
humans did it.
Yeah.
I love
Again, it's that,
so much.
it's that urge to explore.
Yeah.
And I suggest that it probably began with pioneers who made the journey there and back. They ventured into the water. They definitely had boats. And lo and behold, after a 2 or 3 day voyage, they ended up on a coastline. You're an individual. You've got by relatively straightforward island hopping where each island is within sight of each other as far as Timor. And when you get to Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expanse of ocean that you can't see across. But that urge to explore, that curiosity that is central to the human condition, would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals to want to find out more and even be willing to risk their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals, not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with the good news that there's a whole land there, that's the land that was in it, that the geographers call Sahul, which just as Sunda was the Ice Age Indonesian and Malaysian village all joined together into one landmass. So Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made landfall in New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this open, incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved large. You need to bring people with resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same in Cyprus. There, the detailed work that's been done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migrations of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them. And this certainly would have involved multiple boats, and boats of a significant size.
And there's no archaeological evidence in those boats.
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Dokos shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
But everything that's mixed with the boat is lost to time.
Yes, but boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep. I didn't know the Black Sea was that deep. But there's a wreck, and there's no oxygen down there. That is more than 2,000 years old and it is still in pretty much perfect condition. But in other conditions, the structure of the ship evaporates. Sometimes what you're left with is the cargo of the ship. And you could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself is gone. The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship has survived to testify to that, yet we accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely, given the very thin survival of ships that further back you go in time. The oldest, as I say, being about 6,000 years old now. And then the other thing to take into account is the Emperor Dryness event itself and the cataclysmic circumstances of that event and the roiling of the seas that would have taken place there. How much would have survived in a boat accident at that time would have survived for thousands of years afterwards? I'm not sure, but I don't give up hope.
So, okay, so that's back to the 3 million shipwrecks.
Yeah.
So what's your takeaway from that debate?
Well, my takeaway from that debate is that I should have been better prepared, and I should have been less angry. I have to say that the Flint had really disturbed me with these constant, snide, not quite exact references to racism and white supremacism that might work out. test such things. And to have those labels stuck on me. He's always avoided taking direct responsibility, pretty much always avoided. There's one example that I include in the video I've made where he really hasn't successfully avoided it, but in most cases he's trying to say that I rely on sources that were racist, but he's not saying that I myself am a racist, but the end result of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist, and that really got under my skin. It really upset me, and I felt angry about it, and I felt that I was there to defend Ancient Apocalypse Season 1, whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm to deduce that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else. At least not anything to do with a lost civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I've seen the intensity of the attacks, and the whole racism label is the one that can get under your skin. And it's a toolbox that's been prevalent over the past, let's say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation. When a person is the opposite of racist, very often it's kind of hilarious to watch, but it can get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever. And then you realize that Wikipedia description of who you are actually has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, but by people that just kind of are learning about you for the first time. Definitely. And they can really start to annoy you and get under your skin. People are kind of indirectly injecting and writing articles about you that can then be cited by Wikipedia. It can really bother a person who's actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people with different
I
ideas.
felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 grandchildren. And of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family. And these are kids who are going to grow up and read Wikipedia and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. This is a personal issue for me. And I'm afraid I carried that personal anger into the debate, and it made me less effective than I should be. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man. He's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior debater in that debate. I'm not sure that I have those debating skills, and I certainly have them on that particular day. I also admire about Flint something else, which is that he was willing to be there. Most archaeologists don't want to talk to me at all. They want to insult me from the sidelines. They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hints of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront me. At least Flint was willing to do that. I'm grateful to him for that, and I think in that sense it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with the very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also very determined. But he doesn't give up. So all of those things about him I admire and respect. I think he fought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have on YouTube.
To say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the techniques of archaeology are pretty interesting, like where you can get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline. I've said many times before, publicly, I couldn't do any of it without the work that archaeologists do. I emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't study what archaeologists study, but nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the Pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that describes the Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu. I am not looking at what Egyptologists study, they just dismiss all of that and lock into the Khafre connection. At Göbekli Tepe, I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of the megaliths and how they seem to track the precession of the star Sirius over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it, a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of the public being presented with which they regard as quote-unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the general public. I think the general public are just going to accept it. Actually, by condemning those alternative points of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept the alternative point of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society today. And behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past. Everybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology. There could be a much more positive and much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Barnhart. It was very much the case with archaeologist Martin Passanen from the University of Helsinki, with geographer Rabbi, Brazilian geographer, very, very senior figure. Whom I worked with in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing earthquakes that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, which more and more are now being found with LiDAR. Indeed, we found some of them ourselves with LiDAR.
Yeah, that was an incredible part of the show that I got just preview. It's like there's all this earthworks, that traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look.
What's up, Adi? How are you?